England gal, and so being in Florida is a little different.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and stuff. Well, the weather is
Yes.
probably quite a bit different.
Oh yeah, and the bugs and the things that the horses have to deal with, summer sores and all
Oh
kinds of stuff
yeah.
that I never had to know how to treat back home. And I've become an expert in so many different things.
Well, that's wonderful and
Yeah.
stuff. So, what does she think about this kind of trim and this deal? What does she?
Oh, my daughter.
Hmm.
She has lurked, and I have supported her in learning more. And I think, she feels confident doing just basic stuff, but she
Uh-huh.
would never really take over and do it for
Yeah.
herself. So, but that's okay. She has way more knowledge, and she
Hmm.
has, like, she looks at feet now in a way that, she's educated. She understands.
Yeah.
We'll talk about feet together.
Hmm.
um she's just not in as engaged with it as I am.
Yeah.
It's been a passion for me. I mean, my husband has walked through my living room so many times listening to hours and hours and hours of your voice, Linda, and he's
That's
like, oh my
funny.
goodness, how can you keep watching this stuff?
Well, here's what I think. I think this is like a calling on us all,
Yes.
or we couldn't do it, you
Yes.
know, because you have listened to so much, then you know that this is a big problem. It's been a big problem for over 250 years because of what they taught in the first vet schools and how that just took root clear on up to our day, and
Yes.
then was expanded by barefoot trimming, you know.
Yep.
And so, we're like activists almost, you know. We're trying to get there and understand so that eventually we will have enough knowledge and be able to explain it simply enough that there will be no way they can refute the evidence. Each one of us with each see, we are the best researchers because we live with these horses. We know these horses. A hair is out of place, and we're like, and so the owner trimmer is the best independent researcher, you know?
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
so many of us, we've been through all the trims, through the farriers, through the barefoot trimmers, things like that. And, we may not be into perfect yet or nothing like that, but we know that we've seen improvement. We've seen our horses get more comfortable, in a real way, not a false way. So
Hmm.
it is like a calling. So anyway, so if you would just kind of give your testimony,
Sure.
we'll start out. That'll be great. So I'll hand it
Sure.
over to you. Okay.
Yeah, so sure. So I have two quarter horses, one's 16 and one is 12, 13, going on 13. My 16-year-old I got as a 4-year-old, and she actually was injured shortly after I got her, and I was just getting back into horses after like 25 years being out. Um, and she got a puncture into her knee and had surgery, and she came back to me, and I like just looked at her feet and shoes on that injured leg, and I was just like, I don't really want to do this. And I knew nothing about it. I had no idea, and I just started searching for barefoot trimmers. And I got hooked up with a barefoot trimmer, which I had them do her for quite a while. And I kept asking, why does she have no heel? Why is, her bulbed on the ground? And they kept telling me that this is how it's supposed to be. And I would watch her move, and I would like, it just didn't make any sense to me. And it took me few years before I found you. And when I found you, I was like, I think you're onto something. And um, one of the people, the barefoot trimmers that I worked with, was willing to start working with me because I had no idea how to use tools or anything, and I was very scared. And so she really supported me and supported what I was learning too. And we kind of learned together for a while, and it was really helpful and wonderful. Um, and I started doing both of my horses. And I've never really, I never, because I work full time, I can't do it all. It's just too much for
Yeah.
me. So I've always looked for somebody that will work with me so that if I can't do it, I have somebody that I can trust knows what I'm doing and can help me along the way. And I've
Uh-huh.
been really fortunate to find wonderful people along the way.
That's
Um,
great.
yeah, really supportive people along the way. And I have a great gal here in Florida that I work with. Um, and so I've been working with my two horses, and I actually have more than that now. So I collect them like potato chips, unfortunately. um, and I do what I can for them. And mainly, I take care. I do the two that I have, and the others I kind of let the gal that I work with take care of them for me.
Hmm.
Um, but it's been really wonderful, and they've done really pretty well. I do have questions, so it's wonderful to be able to talk with you and have this moment. I keep having these run forward heels, and I've just recently, because I watch you every now and then now because I'm so busy, but I'm working on, trimming back the periopal and trying to
Hmm.
open up those heels. But it just seems like, and so it seems like those heels, rather than growing straight, they're growing forward, and I'm constantly chasing them.
Hmm.
Um, and so I'm wondering about the notches and like I bevel, I try and take all the pressure off the outside wall. I'm interested in the run forward heels and how to keep them going, how to help support straight growth rather than
Okay.
forward growth. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Boy, that's the big thing, the run forward heels, you know.
Hmm.
One thing I'll say about run forward heels is that you have to quit worrying about them as much. Okay. And this,
Hmm.
I say this because as you keep going, and especially if you start using the notches and you allow your toe to grow a little bit for
Yeah.
leverage. See, what I'm finding is in these wild horses, the way they trim their feet, okay? Um, well, their feet will get long for one reason or the other, and primarily that is what pulls those heels forward.
Okay.
And then they'll break out the quarters and the pillars in the toe will stay long and it creates a
Yeah.
leverage on the back of the foot. Like just like as if you have shoes that are too big, you know.
Yeah.
And so it pulls their heel back up. And then
Yeah.
and then the wall will follow and
Yeah.
stuff. And then the next thing they'll break out is they'll break out the like the toe quarters. And usually the last thing they break off is the toe,
Hmm.
you know. And I've watched this. I've applied it here, especially in the past 4 or 5 months. I've really applied this because I mean I've always been a stickler for maintaining toe length, you know,
Yeah. Well,
but
it's really interesting you say that. I don't mean to interrupt you, but
no, that's okay.
most recently, I hadn't been trimming. I'd been letting my trimmer do it, and typically I stay on top of the toes, but I hadn't over the last 3 months.
Uh-huh.
And all of a sudden, I looked at my horse's feet, and they are like the ankle was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Their heels were really run forward. And so 3 days ago, I went in and I did both of them and I measured and I brought the toe back and without taking down too much length,
Mm-hmm.
we're trying to bring that back. And I was wondering, because I'm like, and I haven't been taking pictures recently too. I stopped
Mm-hmm.
taking pictures and I'm like, I really swear I had those heels straighter and now they're
Mm-hmm.
way back running forward again. And
Mm-hmm.
so I wonder if it's all this connection between those toes getting out, pulling those heels forward. So maybe now that I've got the toes back and I stay on top of it, the heels will straighten out again. Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what I did. Okay, because see, I'm really thinking of, that's just a shell on there, and it is like you see the picture I got up.
Yes.
Okay. All right. This really shows us how flexible. Look how much the heels look run forward in the first picture. See,
Yes.
this is only 4 days apart and stuff.
Wow.
And this was an experiment I did in 12 2020. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it was when I learned that the periopal uh could like close the foot up. So I did not know a lot of things, but this taught me a lot of things. And so what happened was when it was really wet, my foot would expand the cartilages back here because over here, by then I knew the cartilages were supposed to be like this. Now, I'd
Mm-hmm.
never seen them get like that, but I had seen the foot expand close to this here when it was really
Yes.
wet. And so that and a combination of learning about this periopal band and kind of what it does, I started thinking that maybe this band, because Bracy Clark called it a frog curtain, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That part of the periopal. He called it a frog curtain. And I think that was before he named it periopal because it used to be called the frog band. Okay, before he renamed it periopal, it was called the frog band because when the heels are trimmed out, that then all this cartilage here, when it gets pulled down, it also gets sucked in, like curled in towards the frog. Well, since the periopal grows right there, it sucks all that in too, and then all that coriums kind of get mushed together, and then that periopal can grow over the entire frog, and it can also as the heels are being trimmed out, it can strip out the frog from between the bulbs where the frog stay is supposed to grow, and then instead the periopal will take over and make a false frog stay out of periopal skin. And so that periopal will cover that whole frog. And the purpose is because when you're trimming the heels out and it's crushing the inner heel up, you don't really have any connection holding that capsule on. And so what that periopal skin will do, it literally will grow over the whole frog so that it will hold the capsule on the foot for you. And so I was thinking something was going on because I was thinking frog curtain. Okay, it opens and closes. Well, maybe I want it to open, So I started trimming out, um, really trimming out a lot of material between the bulbs and in what was the central sulcus. And so I did this experiment, but I'm also seeing how you have to have moisture to get these feet to expand. And so, excuse me. So in this experiment, what I did was I really cleaned out between the bulbs a lot of material. And I didn't even realize that most of it was periopal at the time. And then I put a boot. I only had one boot, so this is like a 1 foot experiment. Poor Valor. And so I really cleaned and thinned the frog up and the periopal between the bulbs and all that. And then I put a sock over the foot, and then I put a plastic, like I take a large Ziploc bag and cut the Ziploc part off. And then I
Mm-hmm.
put that over the sock, and then I secure this with duct tape because duct tape never gets tight, you know. And then
Mm-hmm.
I poured it full of like, oh, I'll mix up certain things. Like I'll have some hoof conditioners or just make up any kind of moisture you can put in there, water, primarily water based. And then you just let these feet soak. Um, so I let his foot soak. What was this? This was the 21st. So 2 days later, I took that boot off and that sock that where his foot was soaking. And just that, I was amazed at what I saw when I came in. I put the pictures on the computer. I was amazed at, first of all, the heels were straighter, the cartilage was much bigger. The dorsal wall did
Is that,
not have as much dish in it either.
that second picture is when you took the boot off?
Yeah, 2 days
Wow.
later. Two
Wow.
days later. Yeah,
Wow.
I was wowed. I was wowed too. And like if you were to look this foot here, okay, that I started with, like if I were to show you the bottom, it looked like a perfect foot. I mean, it had full good sole, frog, what you thought was frog, everything looked great from the sole view. But from the side, I knew
Mm-hmm.
this is not right,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And so so that's what all these little pieces come together to drive me to do this. And there's something else I noticed here in these two pictures was see this bump here?
Yeah.
There, it's almost gone over here
Right.
and stuff because see, at that time, we're still learning that when all this anatomy is pulled down, curled in, and shoved into the foot into a smaller area, well, there's your short pastern bone here and your navicular bone and then your coffin bone. So there's this joint here, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so when
Yeah.
all this anatomy gets pushed up into there, it's going to push that joint forward.
Oh.
Well, and so what does that do? It rotates the coffin bone, the toe of the foot up here. It
Mm-hmm.
rotates it down. Meanwhile, it's forcing all the hoof wall forward. So
Mm-hmm.
you really have this situation where um, the toe of the foot is being forced, well, at the joint area right here forward. Then the toe, the coffin bone here is forced down and back. The motion is when you push this forward is to push that bone down and back. But the capsule in is just the opposite. The capsule, because all of this is pulled down, is forced forward, clear up into the toe, and so the toe of the capsule is forced forward and up. So again, the coffin bone is forced down and back. The capsule toe wall is forced forward and up. And that's
Mm-hmm.
why you get this, what you
Live it.
think is a flare, but it's
Mm-hmm.
not a flare. What this is showing is that these capsules are so much more flexible than we can relate to. Um,
Mm-hmm.
First of all, because they are alive. People like to say, people like to say that okay, your fingernails aren't alive, your hair. Well, it's different fingernail and horn on here because when you cut it off, it dries up and curls up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like within a very short period of time.
Right.
So it does have some form of life in a sense to it, you know? And so moisture, whatever it is, I don't know what you call it, but so so it responds with all the weight of that horse on there. That capsule can respond and change so quickly because it's only a shell, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, so 2 days later, got this with this cartilage, and I'm just kind of blown away, you know. So I went ahead and I trimmed out even more of the back of the foot and put the boot on with the sock and the bag again. Usually, what I do now, I put a sock, um, plastic. Dogs are going nuts here. I'm gonna have to lock them up, like having kids, you know, when you're trying to do something. So now what I do is I'll put a sock, maybe even two socks, depends, and then the bag, and then a sock over that, so it's not slipping all around and stuff. But so okay, so I did the same thing the next day. Now, look at it now.
Mm-hmm.
See,
Wow.
even more and a less bump. Look how straight the dorsal wall is now.
Mm-hmm.
But here's interesting. Look at the heels,
Mm-hmm.
how they stood up.
Yep.
See, even from this one to this one, you can see this looks run forward, right?
Yep.
You know,
That's
but
got
this
north.
one is,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, much. Now, my boot broke after that. That ended that experiment. And so I wasn't able to bring it to completion. But what I found out too was that even though I was able to do this, that the frog corium itself was still forced way forward under the foot. And something that I've come to really, really understand lately is that these frogs belong, like, okay, this frog corium should come all the way back. Like you could have a foot that looked like this with still a distorted frog. Because the
Mm-hmm.
corium right here, and I can tell too because I can see how hollow that looks between there.
Mm-hmm.
See, so that frog corium is still stuck way under there. And so what I've been doing the past year is really trying to understand more of where this frog is supposed to be positioned and stuff. So in order to get your heels to stand up, you have to get the anatomy of the back of the foot right. Because the heel, see the heel right here? See if you pull that, if that's pulled down at all, it's going to force that heel forward. It has to grow forward. It
Mm-hmm.
can't do anything but grow forward. And that's why I say you don't worry about that because as you get more of the back of the foot right, okay, and the foot itself moves into a better place, then your heels will start to stand up.
Okay. But then you're saying that the only way that you got that to start happening was through the soaking.
Yeah. Well, through
Okay.
the soaking and through the release of the periopal
Yeah, because
on
I've been
this one.
I have been trimming that periople and trimming up in my central sulcus for
Hmm.
I don't know since you started talking about it.
Okay.
I didn't delve into it the way that like with the soaking and that sort of thing. But I started doing it, and I have seen a little bit of release. But my 12, 13-year-old gelding, he has back feet that are a little negative,
Hmm.
and I've been chasing his heels his whole life. And I mean, it's to the point where, the DSLD question is coming up. And
Yeah.
I mean, he's totally sound, but he
Hmm.
is just walking on his heel bulbs. And I have been, chasing after trying to get those heels to grow upward and not forward. And it's been in vain.
Yeah.
So
Well, see,
that's,
I think a lot of it is in the frog.
mhm.
Um, and really thinning. See, I thin down the frog now a lot and I use a Proxon or a three-inch angle grinder.
Yeah, that's the thing. And
Okay.
I use knives and it's so hard on my
Yeah.
hands. It's so difficult. My hands ache. It's so
Yeah.
hard. And I've been afraid to use any kind of a, grinder or anything. And I've been thinking maybe I need to just make the jump and give it a shot and try. I mean, I just use rasp and knives. I don't use nippers or anything. I just want to be careful and make sure that I'm not, taking up
Yeah.
too much. And so I've been afraid of the grinders too.
Yeah. And the only thing I tell people about the grinders too is make sure you are wearing a dust mask.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a
You do
good,
not
yeah.
want to breathe that stuff because
Hmm.
uh uh I knew a gal who was a professional trimmer and you did never used a dust mask and she died of lung cancer,
Oh gosh.
and
Oh,
I know it was
yeah.
from that dust,
Hmm.
you know. So, yeah, so everybody needs, when you see these people on these trimming videos, boy, they're just going away with these grinders
Yeah.
and uh and no dust mask, you
Yeah.
know. They're asking for lung problems. So you should get a Proxon and start with that just for your
Hmm.
frogs and just learn to trim your frogs up. And I need to make some videos. People were great and donated so I could get a camera. And this camera I got's a piece of crap. I'm so
Oh
dis I'm
no.
so disappointed. It takes the worst pictures in the world. And it was a Sony. It's a Sony.
Mm,
I'm probably gonna try and resell it. But it was a vlogging camera, and I thought, well, that'd be good. I could do this and do some videos live and stuff. But it is not working out for me. So
mm,
anyway, so I've been having to use my phone. So the key to all of this is the back of this foot
mhm,
and getting the back of this foot released, and you have to have moisture. I mean, there's just no way around it. Um, like if I can't put like the best time for me around here is when it's raining for a month and his
mhm,
feet are soaked for a month. And you would think that his soles would get soft or his no, his they actually get harder. You know,
mm,
everything and the way these feet move and expand is just it's amazing. So yeah, so you know, you could experiment around like I did, you
mhm,
know, with the boot and the socks and stuff like that. And I'd like to see and the back feet too. Like I've had problems with the back feet too because all the time we are trimming barefoot trimming, you kind of just hope the back feet would kind of take care of themselves to a degree, you know.
mhm.
I did.
Yeah.
And so I didn't and even afterwards, I didn't trim them quite the same. You know, it seemed like we are always focused on the front feet. And
Mhm,
so my back feet are behind. But here's what I know is that my horse is now 20 years old and he is developing. I can see him going towards that place of developing the true foot of the horse.
mhm,
I can see his whole frog moving back up behind and between his bulbs. And that's the thing too. As the frog changes, it lifts the back of the foot. Okay. So
right.
it's like a little hydraulic type of thing
Yeah.
because the more you can get the back of this foot elevated also. However, you know, like if you have boots to put wedge pads in them,
Yeah.
anything like that, because you got to think of the
Right.
mechanics of it. Like, and this is what I've seen for like I should try and get a picture of my camera.
You're talking about support of the back of the caudal part of the foot, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
what this too. Here, just a minute. Let me annotate here. Okay, this is the deal here. Um, okay, let me get different color. Okay, so you see the length of the toe here?
Yes.
Okay, well, one thing I know is that this whole foot has to shift like this.
Mm,
All of it, you know? Like the whole foot, everything.
mhm, yep.
Just a minute here. What happened? Okay. So we got our horn tubules. And so what I'm finding is that like you see that angle there, I'm finding his true angle is about here.
Huh. Right.
I'm seeing his whole foot grow into that. Okay. And so let me see, trying to explain this.
And that's from opening up the back and allowing that frog to move back and lift up the back of that foot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because
Does the frog come out like the back of the foot underneath the heel bulbs, the
it's
bulb?
starting to, yes. It is absolutely
Further back,
starting to.
further back than the heel buttresses?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, because
Interesting.
that's where it's originally supposed to be. You know, it really does support the whole back of the foot. And so you think of the mechanics of this, even if you didn't have heels the right length, okay,
Mm,
what's going to be easier for this to push back? Okay, is it going to be easier for something if you have like a low heel or a run forward heel like that? Or is it going to be easier if the foot is elevated up like this?
yeah.
Do you see? It's hard to
Yeah.
explain. Um, uh, if I have my foot up like this, okay,
Yes.
then this isn't such an angle, and so it's easier for it to move back,
Yes. Yes.
like so. And so the more you can raise the back of the foot to where it's
Yes, of
really
course.
supposed to be,
Mm-hmm.
then the easier it's going to make all of this to push everything. Because, see, another thing that happens here is your heels up here. Just a minute here. Let me undo this. Is okay. I tried to show it up here a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so your heel should be like this. Okay. But as everything is pulled down, this heel that was up here starts getting crushed up into the foot like this.
Where are you? I
See?
can't see where you are on the photos.
Top middle square.
Oh, up here. Do you see me there?
Mm.
Middle
Oh,
picture,
Oh
top
yeah, I got
row.
it. Yep, I got it. Yep.
oh,
Great.
okay.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
Mm-hmm.
So this heel that should be, why is my thing it quits working just a minute? Okay, just a second. The heels get crushed up. This heel here gets crushed up that way. It gets crushed forward and up
Yeah.
like
Yes.
that. In
Yes.
fact, so that it'd get crushed up, and so the back of the foot coming down would give you a ground parallel palmar angle. The only way you can get that is if you trim the heels out of the capsule to crush this inner heel.
Mm-hmm.
See? Um, and so what has to happen is the foot, the owl has to expand, and then what will happen is even if you can't totally heal the heels from this crushing, because look at they're being forced to grow this way now.
Yes.
See? And so you got to get this hairline up here so
Mm-hmm.
that it's straight. So this is all like mechanical, structural and mechanical. Um, and so one thing we found out too is that when the heels get trimmed out, okay, you see where this cartilage is. This cartilage wants to be up here. So when you force it down here, as it pulls up, not in this foot because he had a lot of heel here. Okay, I had been growing heels on him for quite a while. And so I didn't do it on this foot. But on a normal foot, when you're taking the heels down, it will force this sidewall. Like say if I took the heels out of this foot here now,
Mm-hmm.
okay, then let's say I took that right there. It's going to take this little part here. It's going to wrap it around the back of the foot. It's going to bend the cartilages down, and then it's going to make this part of the foot. You're going to see this part of the foot from the side, and you're going to think, well, that's the heel, but that's not the heel. It can wrap this whole piece here clear
Mm-hmm.
around behind it simply because the foot, because it's cartilage and fat. If you
Mm-hmm.
lower the heel, it compresses the fat, so the fat is pushing up. If you lower the heel, it curves, forces the cartilage down. Well, when the horse is just standing, let alone when he's moving or walking, that foot, regardless, wants to be here, not here. And so the whole horse, the digital cushion, the cartilage, the DDFT, everything in the leg, in the foot, and the whole horse is wanting this foot to be up here. And so what it will do is it will make its foot be up there. And what it'll do is it shortens the foot and it'll make
Yeah.
this part the heel. And
Right.
so your heels get curled in, but it all happens so gradually that the sole fills in. You know how we talk about false heels.
Mm-hmm.
The sole fills in and the bar and everything, and you look at the bottom, it looks normal, you know, but
Mm-hmm.
it's all an alternate version of its real self. So so get moisture, getting the elevation of the back of the foot, getting the frog trim, getting the bars, because the bars are going to hold your heels right where they're at, no matter what. So we
Hmm.
have to trim more bar than what we thought. See?
Hmm.
And more frog. If we want the
Height or
back of
length?
that foot, huh?
Do you mean height or length when trimming the bars more than we thought we should?
Uh, height or length? I'm confused. Um, uh, all of it.
Okay.
All of it. I'll show you pictures. What I do. Maybe I may not be doing what's right, but I see my foot going in that direction. Okay, that everything depends on that frog and that back of that foot getting unbound and that whole frog corium moving back to where it's supposed to be. And so um I don't think we can get I don't see we learned to be all freaked out whenever we saw run forward heels and barefoot trimming. Oh my God,
Hmm.
the heels, you know. And so then because of that, what are they always doing? They're always taking the heels down to the base of
Right.
the frog.
Exactly, to the back of the frog. And
Yeah.
this is the conversation I'm having right now with the gal that I work with, regarding my gelding, because I had an instructor that looked at him and said, he needs wedges in the front. And I'm like, oh my gosh,
Hmm.
I don't want to go there. And she's like, well, in order to get those heels back, we need to bring them back to the base of the frog. And I'm like, no, I don't want to go there
No.
either.
Yeah,
Right.
don't
No,
want to
no,
go
no,
there
no, no.
either.
I mean, he's got 1 inch heels, from
Hmm.
the hair, from the base of the heel up, and from the, 2 inches basically from the
Hmm.
hairline, but they run forward. So the heel is there. I don't want to
Yeah.
cut it out. I'm like,
No.
no, they'll put me
No.
so far back.
Yeah, no, no, leave it there. And
Right.
even heck, put wedge pads on him.
Wedge pads, you think?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
elevate the back of the foot.
So
See?
I did. So I did put on his hind feet, and I've done this in the past, and I just did it again. I did another round. I put like 1 degree heat. My farrier did it 1 degree wedges with dental impression material with support under the back of the foot, his
Uh-huh.
hind feet, and he's moving so much better. And
Yeah.
actually, his musculature and his whole haunches is completely filling out. I feel like he's much more comfortable. I feel like he was, it was really, I feel like he was ouchy from having his heels, that angle so low in the back.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's much more comfortable this way.
Yeah, I bet he
Um,
is.
so, but then I can't get to the foot to work on the frog. And so I'll have to see, how this changes his foot over time. But you're saying the wedges in the front, not such a bad idea either, to help support the
Yeah.
back of that foot.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I'd like to hear more about that, because I mean, I'm open to helping my horse in however it takes, right? That's what I want him to be comfortable and feel good, right?
Yeah. Here, hold on a second. My husband's calling.
Sure.
Alrighty. Okay. Well, um, see, it makes me wonder too if if like it just makes me wonder if they always too bad there isn't, like, hospital pads, like hospital shoes where you can take the bottom off and stuff. So you can still get at the frog. But here's the thing.
Right.
I think if you go ahead and just really, once you get your Prox on, and once
Yeah.
you learn how to really thin those frogs down, that's not going to make a difference. You're still going to see expansion,
Hmm.
you know? And I always wondered, why don't they just make a wedge shoe? a wide web wedge composite shoe,
Mm-hmm.
and not always worry about frog support,
Mm-hmm.
you know, uh, because I lost my train of thought.
Mm.
Um, well, I'm just not all sure that frogs always need this
Well,
massive support they're trying to give them.
yeah. Well, so this what she did is it's dental impression material across the very back of the foot. Like so
Yeah,
trying to support under the bulbs and under the back of his foot. It's
yeah.
not frog support.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And
And
it's flexible, it's plastic, it's not metal that
yeah,
goes across the back of the foot so that it has give to it as well. And the
okay.
idea what we were thinking of is just giving that whole back, the caudal aspect of the foot, that support to hold it up.
Yeah,
Right? Yeah, that was the thought of what we were thinking.
okay. Well, yeah, and I've thought that way too. You know, um, I don't know. I'm just wondering, do they do they absolutely have to have that?
I don't know.
I don't know. You know,
So
guys,
you're
I'm
talking
just
about just putting the wedge in and not supporting the back of the foot, just wedging it a little bit and
yeah,
not
but
supporting the back.
I,
Hmm.
I was thinking more along the lines of I wonder if a person could just have a wedge shoe without a wedge pad.
Yes, yes, yes. They do that. That's
Yeah,
what he has. It's just a wedge shoe.
okay.
It's not a wedge. It's not a pad that goes across the whole foot. The only problem is that it doesn't give me full access. Well, maybe I could do it on the front, but the ones that he has in the back has that plastic piece along the back of the foot, which
Oh,
limits what I
okay.
can
Yeah,
get at.
I
So maybe
see.
I could have her do that in the front. And she was talking about aluminum shoes too, making them really light.
Yeah,
Because I don't like the idea of weight that shoes add to the foot. I mean, I don't think that they need that. And the only problem is like the plastic shoes that have more give to them. They're just so expensive and they're just such a pain in the neck
yeah,
to put the glue-ons and everything that you have to do with that. And I was just like
yeah.
going, really? Yeah.
They,
But
they
have you
do
ever?
have,
Oh,
they
go
do
ahead.
have nail-on plastic shoes too,
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, okay.
yeah.
with
There's some
wedges.
called ground control that aren't
Okay.
real expensive, and they're pretty good shoes.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna have
Easy Shoe has some too. I've been looking at them for Dolly, but I don't think I'm going to need them.
Oh, good.
okay.
That sounds good.
All right. Yeah. Well, I'm
Look
gonna
at
have the
the
gal.
Versa line in the Easy Shoe.
Okay, that's great. I'm gonna have the gal that I work with. Well, she'll be able to watch this, listen to this video too. I'm so excited to have all this. I'm like, oh, this is so great. Thank you, Lynn. Just can't tell you how helpful all of your work and your knowledge and your sharing and your teaching has been. It's been so helpful. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for
Mm-hmm.
being a part of this.
Mm-hmm.
See, because every single person that's doing this, I mean, my goodness, you've been at this for 10 years. Well, you were at it before that, but doing where we're all going here, you've been doing this for 10 years. I mean, when you think about this, we're all independent researchers collecting data,
Mm-hmm.
you know? Um, and so I just think it's great, and I just appreciate all of you very, very much. So,
Mm-hmm.
okay, well, um, let us know what happens there. Is there
Oh,
anything, have I
I
answered the
definitely.
question?
Yeah, no, I definitely, yeah, you've given me so much to think about and so much to work on. And yeah, I mean, I haven't shared my feed or photos or anything with you in years. When you first switched and you first had people uploading their photos and stuff, I uploaded the gelding that I'm talking about now. And
Mm-hmm.
that was years ago.
Okay.
And I tell you, that took everything out of me to get those
Oh
photos
man.
uploaded.
Was that
And
when we
then,
had the forum, or did you put them on here?
yes, yes, no. And then you switched and you wanted us to do it all again. And I'm like, oh my
Oh,
Lord,
well,
I cannot do that. It's not going to
yeah.
kill me.
Well, I feel really bad about all that. See, I had that forum And
Mm-hmm.
then something happened with my credit card, and I had to cancel my credit card, and I hate to look at my email, and they kept sending me messages saying that they weren't getting paid, and finally they deleted it.
Ah,
And I lost all that information from people, and that just really, really upset me and stuff. But oh well, we still got a ton of information on here and in different places, so uh
yeah, no, you got a ton of information. Yeah, that's great. No, and I should share pictures. I'll share how it goes. I'll keep you posted on what we find out because we're scratching our head, but I've got a really wonderful farrier that is so open and willing, and
that's
you
God,
know
that's great.
yeah, and we talk and we pull things apart, and she scratches her head, and she's so open. She keeps saying like, "No," she goes, "I don't know it all. I don't know." Like and so I feel so blessed to have somebody that is
Yeah,
so happy to try and figure out what's best for the horse.
yeah, yeah.
So.
That's great that you've been able to find good people to work with because
Hmm.
we obviously have a problem with that a lot of times. It's
No,
like
yeah. Well,
this,
I've had my challenges, like I'm sure everybody else
yeah.
has.
It's like this one gal said, first she got rid of her farrier. She said I fired my farrier because he kept taking the heels down below the frog, you
Mm,
know, because that's when they were shoeing them. That's what they're doing now. They take the heels down below the frog, so when they put the shoe on, the thickness of the shoe, the frog still has frog contact. Like
mm,
how horrendous is that? And so then she fired her farrier, then she got a barefoot trimmer and she says, but my barefoot trimmer fired me because I asked her too many questions.
mm,
So then she says, so then I took over
mm-hmm.
and stuff. So, but yeah, that's great that you found somebody good to work with. Well, we'll be looking forward to seeing how things work out, especially when you're able to get some moisture to the foot and get your procs on. And I'm going to try and show some pictures today of a foot I trimmed on Valor using
Mm-hmm.
using my grinder and the Proxon and where I'm at and my
What is a proxon? I thought that was a grind. It's a certain type
oh
of
it is
grinder.
yeah it's a
Yeah.
long
Okay.
neck variable speed angle grinder
Okay.
and so you can control the speed. It's only got a 2-inch flap disc. You can get the flap discs at Amazon cheap. If you buy the
Mm-hmm.
special Proxon flap discs, sanding discs, they're super expensive. But Amazon, you can buy like pack of 20 for like $20 or something like that. And then there's a company called Say Burr Tooth, where you can actually buy uh, burrs instead of sanding discs that will last even longer, and you can get from very fine to more coarse, and you can use them instead too. But I'm telling you, it is the way to go. And you will be able to do it. You'll get over the learning hump and you'll do fine.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay, that's right. Mm-hmm.
okay. All right. Well,
Mm-hmm.
thank you for sharing.
Yeah,
I
thank
really
you.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thank you for sharing. I really appreciate it. I'm so grateful. So
Well,
I'm gonna
you're
just hang out
welcome.
and
Thank you.
I'm gonna hang out and listen. Yeah, I'm happy to have the day today to be able to spend some time here.
Yeah, I'm glad you came. Okay.
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hmm.
Um okay, so let me get over here to what's going on here. So, I'm seeing amazing things go on. Aw, somebody has a baby. I'm looking at the pictures, everybody here. Um, so I'm just seeing some really interesting things go on with Valor's feet. Um, I've got my one experimental foot that I trim more than the others. I don't know why. That foot I just showed you. Now it's doing some interesting things, but the other feet that I trim a little different way, um, they're doing some really interesting things too. So it's kind of and I mean he's plumb fine. I mean, he's totally sound. He's sounder than he's ever been. Uh, his frogs are growing like crazy. And what is amazing me is the periopal band. The periopal band is what I'm finding should absolutely not be any wider than your little finger on a normal sized horse. Like in my last pictures that I took of him, the periopal band in back, as it rises and as the frog continues to all move back and everything, the anatomy. See, the reason you have to thin those frogs down is because when the heels got trimmed out and all that, and it pulled that whole frog corium down and forced it under the foot. That forced it under the foot. And so then when the frog grows from that position, it binds that frog right there. And so that thing is always going to have a pull on it from, well, your skin, I can push my skin forward, but it always, when I let go, well, did a lot better when I was younger. Now it just kind of stays there. Okay. So your skin, the periopal, or not the periopal, the corium is just skin. There's skin and cartilage and all that. You push it forward and then it wrinkles up, pushes forward, gets in the wrong spot. And so, but it's always pushing back. Your skin always wants to go back to where it's supposed to be. And so the frog corium wants to do that too. And so we thin that frog down in order to allow that frog corium to release and come back. And what I'm finding is that you could straighten out, like I showed in this picture, you could straighten out the, just a second here, you could straighten out the cartilages, but the whole frog could still be bound underneath because they all move. They're independent. Just like one bulb can be pulled way down and shoved forward, and one can be jammed way up. I found this thing. I need to really work on an example of what happens to these feet, and I found an easy way to do it the other day. I don't know. Does anybody ever remember that guy that was selling this trim method where he would send you this piece of plastic that you would put around your horse's capsule and then you would trim to the plastic model or something like that? I'll have to show it to you. I think he passed away or something. So, okay, hold on here. Because I want to think of what I want to do next, what I want to show you. Now, before I get into long dissertation on about anything, really what I want to do next is I want to do an evaluation for Roberta, and then I want to look at Dolly Marilyn, okay?
Sure.
And then we'll just kind of go from there to see who needs what, okay? So I really want to focus on everybody's horses today, because as we do so, then different parts of the anatomy and stuff like that, that'll come up. And then after we get through people doing evaluations and trying to help you there, then I'll share about my horse. Okay? Okay, so let me undo all these lines. Okay, so Roberta?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'd like to talk about your horse, and did you send me some pictures?
I did.
Okay, well, let me get over there. Just a second here. And then I know there's people on I should do another hoof chat this week just to do people that are on the board, on the group, that are asking for help and saying things, and just to do nothing but evaluations. Let's see here. Okay, so now I got to go find Facebook. Okay.
The last time I did anything to her feet, I had her in boots, you
Mhm.
know, I did the moisture. And used the Proxon, but the grip was too much.
Mhm.
So I could actually move her sole, like when I press with my fingertips.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I had to kind of let her rest. It's been
Yeah.
three weeks until last night,
Okay.
and I did a little bit of trimming, not a whole lot, because her front right or her front left, if
Mhm.
it gets wet,
Mhm.
I can still do that to that sole, her
Yeah.
front left. The right one is not, but during the 3 weeks with me not doing anything, she really wrapped in tight. The walls, you'll
Her
see.
her heels contracted, you're saying?
Well, they're already contracted. They're
Yeah,
so
more so.
but yeah, the
Okay.
walls wrapped in more.
Okay.
Oh,
Let's see here. I'm lost. Hold on.
it's on Messenger, by the way.
Oh, I got it. I'm just trying to
Picture.
figure out what I'm doing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Share. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Well, we're just gonna look through the pictures here first. Why? Go back. Hold on. For some reason that wasn't working out. Just open.
Then I have on her front left as well. I dug out all the black stuff on
Uh-huh.
the oh Lord, I can't think. On the heel. And so there's kind of like a good little hole there.
Mhm.
The wall is probably a 1/4 inch.
Okay.
Should I leave it like that? The wall, or is that, I think that's the front, left front.
Well, let
Let me see.
me look at them here.
Yeah,
Think about them a little bit.
it may be, I may not have got a good picture of it where you can't see it. I'm not sure.
Some of these I have to save and then
Yeah.
turn them. Okay. See, so that be like this one here. See,
Mhm.
I have to save it and turn it like
I
so.
see. Okay.
Like so. Okay. So you're saying, okay, so this is this before or after?
I hadn't done anything to that foot
Oh,
yet.
okay.
That's just mapped.
Okay. Okay. And how long are your heels here? From
2 inches. I did do the heels. 2 inches.
Okay. Okay. And so when you do the frog, you're gonna have to, let me enlarge this and do an
Now
annotate here.
I promise you that frog is soft. It's very close. It may
Uh-huh.
not look like it. It is close to the corum.
Okay.
And the apex I trimmed down to I seen red,
Okay.
to make sure I was there.
Okay. Just a minute here. Okay. One area you might work on a tiny bit is what is going on? There we go. Okay. Need to draw is just this skin right here.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Just see if you can kind of get some separation right in here a little more. And then just a little bit in here as well. Let me look. I'm going to look at the apex here. Just a minute.
Please do.
That's another thing. I'm getting blown away as this whole frog comes back. How much the apex of my frog is pulling back. It's blowing me away. Let's see here.
I can't wait to see it.
It's see, now that's looking pretty good. But what I am seeing is that you could back up that toe a little more. What I like, one thing I like that I'm seeing here is that you can do another notch here. You can back up that toe. And what I'd like to see is that this is all growing out on its own and looking good. And your cartilage, they're a little bound under and stuff, but this still is not looking bad at all. And I like.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
I was thinking quite the opposite.
Yeah, I see a lot of people go, oh my God, look at the toe, or look at this, or look at that. No, because if we go back and look at that foot before,
Yeah.
the dorsal wall has grown out a lot.
Yeah.
See,
yeah.
And this makes a difference on these foundered feet. See, I found out by many mistakes years ago on my pony that when I would trim back the toe on a laminar wedge, because the foot inside was rotated, okay, you need the leverage of that toe pulling that wall forward while you're unbinding the back of the foot. Okay, just like I was saying earlier, allowing some toe length when you're unbinding heels is almost necessary because of the leverage that it puts on the back of the foot to raise the heels up and to pull all the horn tubules back. See, you think of like if you have a foot, well, like if you have a foot, we all do. Your foot in a shoe, if the shoe is a bit too long, the leverage of the toe, you can walk out of the shoe, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we don't want them to walk out of the capsule, obviously, but it doesn't hurt to have some leverage on the back of the internal foot to where that there is some pull, where it's pulling up and back. That helps unbind the back of that foot. I mean, we don't want like it terrible, complete out of control leverage. We want to learn to use these leverages. It's like on these wild horses, this self-trimming. They'll the foot gets long, whatever, the heels start to run under. And then the first thing they'll do is they'll break out a big chunk in the quarter, but they leave the toe long. Then they'll break out. And what that does, okay, breaking out that, having that notch, is it allows the center of the capsule to pull back as the front is pulling forward. So it's straightening that curve out, because what happens when you trim the heels out? It starts to bend the foot internally. Okay, so if you break the notch out, if you take out some of that support, okay, which is the foot is bent, and so that piece of wall that grows level with the rest of it is not following the shape of the foot anyway. So you take that notch out and you have the toe a little bit long, and so it creates this leverage where the toe is pulling forward, the toe of the hoof capsule is pulling forward, and the heels in the inner foot are pulling back, and it starts to straighten that foot out. And because the foot is bent, so you want it to unbend. And that's what I see in this self-trimming, the way these horses self-trim, and that notch they make that follows the horn tubule or the growth ring up and a horn tubule down.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the end, they'll break off that toe and their heels won't be underrun like they were anymore. They've straightened it out. Okay, so where was I? Oh. Okay, so I want to get a closer look at this foot. Let's see. Wherever it went. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to do a markup on this. Just a
Okay.
minute here. And then take a picture of it and send it to you. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Just okay. So, okay, so we see here that it's getting a little wider here. All right,
Yeah.
so you're going to want this to come up. So you're going to come down here to where, see that there?
Yes.
Okay, you're going to come up to there and you're going to take that chunk out.
Holy mackerel.
Well, that's really not as much as you think.
That looks enormous.
I know it looks enormous.
She's going to appreciate it,
If you
though.
want, I can just take, that there. Does that make you
No,
feel better?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'll do it. I'm okay with it.
Okay. And then, okay, so then I'm going to mark that right there. Just there. Take that much back there. Okay. Eventually too, might have you just make a notch there. Like that. But for now, just come in here and make a notch, follow this growth ring up
Okay.
and make yourself a notch right here.
Okay.
Okay, and then go ahead and take some of this toe back. And then we're going to wait a few days and take picture. Now let's look at the frog. Let me send you a picture here. And that's on both sides.
Okay.
And I'll show you what it'll look like from the bottom. Let's see here. Okay, I'll send this back to you here. Oops, wait a minute.
So Linda, do you use a knife or a nipper, or how do you get the notch put in like that?
Anything you can get to do.
I
Like
use
today,
nippers.
I've used nippers and I've used rasp. Today I tried to do it with my grinder. I really like it better when I just take a big old chunk with a nipper. And it don't have to be pretty. You don't,
Trust
it
me, it
doesn't have
wouldn't
to
be.
be pretty. Yeah. It's never pretty anyway. Well, okay, so I'm going to send you this picture. Just a second here. Get back in Facebook. I seem to have. I must have closed myself out of Facebook. Just a minute. I know these notches are working. I've been doing big ones on my own horse. So Just a minute here.
Hi, everybody. Linda, can you
Hi.
please do this notch from the polar view?
Yeah.
Where do you arrive on the sole?
I'll show you here in
Yes,
a
thank
minute.
you. Thank you. And
I'm
I
looking
was
for
think-
Roberta. I lost her. Oh, there she is. Okay. Oh,
I
go
was
ahead.
thinking that as I do, everybody can just make a clip of the photos you are making. I enlarge these Zoom photos and make a clip if I want to keep something.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Yes, it's very easy.
Let's see.
So this is the way I steal some photos.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. I steal them all over the place. Boy, some of these people get so indignant too. You notice I don't have a copyright on nothing, right?
It is for
You know.
educative purposes.
Yeah. What's that deal? Creative Commons. CC, copyright CC, Creative Commons. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, some of these people aggravate the heck out of me. You're really in it for the horse. Let's see. Where am I at? Okay, okay, so now I need to go back and we'll look at the bottom and I'll see the problem I'm having is that for some reason I deleted a bunch of stuff off my computer and I messed up my graphics card. So now I cannot show unless the picture is off my phone. You know, I can't show the most recent pictures off my camera because my little thing does not want to work and it blank screens my whole computer out. So let's
That's
see.
inconvenient.
Yeah, it's real inconvenient. So somehow I'm going to have to reinstall the graphics card driver, something. I shouldn't have messed around with it to begin with.
And I have a question about a certain area. I will draw it to you. Here,
Okay.
look here, the growth rings. Can
Okay.
everybody see? I don't know.
Yeah.
You see that they make a small going up and down.
Oh, yeah.
If you
Yeah.
mark the
I see what you're saying. Here, let me mark with you there.
let me undo it if I can. No, can't.
Let's see.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
you're all right. You're talking about this right here.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yes, it
Yeah.
goes like this. You see?
Yeah. I see what you're saying. In this case, because of where the foot's at right now and stuff, because she's growing out a laminar wedge here as well as unbinding the back of the foot. I wouldn't worry about those.
No,
at
I
this
just
time.
just to remark it, to see it,
Yeah.
how it changes. The hoof is trying to do something.
Oh,
Look, you see?
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah.
oh,
But it is doing something. It's just has to do with leverages and things like
Yes,
that for now, and
exactly.
or something that grew out from here. Because look how nice and smooth it is, all the way from here down to here. It's looking pretty good. This wall here is looking good. You know, this is from the former founder. See that big
yeah,
founder line there?
Oh, sorry.
yeah.
And stuff. So I think that that's just the former founder lines growing out. Because look how nice and smooth it is all the way to here. you know, and even up here, it's looking pretty good down to there. Let's see here. Let me undo that. Oops. Let's see.
Was there a notch
Yeah,
there? Yes.
Oh
I
yeah.
can see.
Yeah, there
Yes.
was a notch there
Yeah.
too. So that's also a notch grown out there.
yes.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm going to look at some more views of that foot. Hold on here. Okay, just a second.
Well, when you have so deformed hooves, they always do things, pushing, pulling, stretching.
Yeah.
And if you really look at them, they are trying to say something. The hooves, I mean.
Oh, for sure. Okay, this is the other side of that foot, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So this side is more bound
Yes.
than that
That's
side.
wrapped in. Yes.
Okay. So let me save that image and look at it in a bigger format here.
If you look at, once you get a chance, the sole view of that foot,
Okay.
where I dug out all that black stuff, is on that side.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, let's look at a sole view. Let's see. Go back.
Roberta, I think you've done a wonderful job.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you're doing
Yes,
great.
yes, I'm sure.
See,
Hmm.
and
Thank
that
you.
doesn't look all that bad. But she does need to come more uncontracted, that's for sure. So
I
let's
know.
see. Okay, so this is the bottom of that foot that we just looked at.
I think that's the right one.
Okay.
The other foot, yeah. That okay. So it is the other one.
Left front. Okay, so
Left
this is
front.
left
Yeah.
front
So
medial. So
you were right.
okay, left front medial. Oh well. Left
You were.
front. Good
Mhm.
idea with the board.
Yeah. That's it.
Okay.
That sole shot. That is the left front.
Okay. All
That.
right. Well, okay. Let's see. Now, is this mare out or in?
Huh?
Oh, does she run out in a pasture? I can't remember. Or is she in
Oh
a
yeah.
grill?
Yeah. She's out.
Okay.
She can come in if she wants.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna save that image so I can open it up. Okay, where'd it go? Just a second.
Wow, look how narrow the back of the foot is.
Oh, I know.
Oh God,
Let's see.
I know.
And it really tightened up these past 3 weeks.
We'll make it.
Yeah.
You know, the sad thing is that when you realize how bad these feet
Okay.
are,
Yeah, but is the back of the
but
foot,
they are survivors.
yeah, they are. Is the back of the foot contracted? Or is the front of the foot wider than it's supposed to be?
It's the
See what I mean? It's all on how you look at it.
yeah,
And I think it's a little bit of both, because look.
it's gotten bigger, like push forward more.
Uh-huh.
Everything went forward a lot.
Okay. Well, that's because your toe's growing out.
Yeah.
See? Because this is what you want it to do. This is what I did on Valor when he got that big old flare after I hadn't trimmed him hardly at all for a year, and his ugly foot grew out to be what it really is, which is what all barefoot feet really are. So let me look at the side of this foot. So we need to understand something about what's going on here. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see here. Share. Need to look at the side of the foot. Okay, so what's happening is, okay, another thing, do you have like a coping saw or a hacksaw?
I do.
Okay. Oh my God, now what? Okay, so what I'd like to see you do is like an eighth of an inch, just an eighth of an inch, because here's what's going on. Just a minute here. Let me get the annotate. Oops, wrong deal. Hold on.
Linda, when you can you draw us where the coffin bone is so Roberta doesn't get very scary when you ask the saw?
No, no, no. It's the thickness. Look at the thickness. You see how on this wall. Now where'd the annotate go? Okay, there we go. Okay, so your wall. Okay, yeah, you're right. I need to draw that. I will draw that. Just a second here. I see what you're saying. Let's see. The stupid thing.
Yes, because if you ask
Okay,
me
so
to take a saw, I will be
okay,
sweating to touch it.
just a minute here. Let me undo this. Yeah, we're talking about a hacksaw. Hacksaw blade's really thin. You know what I mean? Hacksaw blade's really thin, and all you're gonna do. Okay, so your foot here is somewhere around here. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so all you're gonna do is with the hacksaw blade is take and make a cut. Let me do a different color. Let's see, we'll use blue. You're just gonna make a thin 1/8 inch, not clear through. Look at how thick this wall is.
Yeah.
Okay, because this thickness of this wall is like this. Okay, that's the thickness of the wall. See it right there?
I do.
Okay, so if you just take and you make this much, that just that much, you see there? Like, okay, like that deep. Okay, and what you're gonna do is you're gonna come up here. Let me undo this here. Hold on. Okay, so here's this wall, but we're not going to do it clear up here. We're going to do it because I think the angle, probably about here. About here. Just a
Okay.
minute. Just a minute here. Okay. Okay, you're just going to take and you're going to follow a growth ring around. Okay, like say right here. Even right here. You could even do it right here. Just going to follow a growth ring around to here. Okay. Well, look, here's where you're going to put your notch anyway. See there?
Yeah.
Okay. So your
Perfect.
notch is going to be here. Okay, then you're just going to just barely in, just like the teeth blades, little
Okay.
past the teeth blades. And what you do is you just make a cut right here. The reason so that you're disconnecting the hardest, strongest outer horn tubules. You're disconnecting these that are growing down straight from these that are coming down here and going vertical, from the ones that are growing vertical from the ones that are growing horizontal.
Okay.
So that the ones that are growing vertical are more prone to grow straight down. See? Because these horn tubules, they're like hairs and they're growing like this. Well, this hair here is just going to follow the one that goes there. See?
Mm-hmm.
And so if you can just make a thin cut in the exterior, which is the stratum, not only the periopal that covers it, which is so hard, but also the most pigmented layer, the outer layer has the most horn tubules in it. So if you can just make a little cut there, then this horn tubule right here is now disconnected from this one, and it is going to be more prone to grow like that rather than follow it out like this. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
I know for a fact this works.
Okay.
This is how, because Valor had the most god awful flares. His walls literally came down like this and out like that. And I was like, how am I only up here like and then out like that?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, how am I gonna grow that out? Because I didn't want to just dress down the wall and take the whole thing off,
Mm-hmm.
to weaken all that. And so that's one aspect of this. Now, because what you're doing is because there was flare and laminar wedge and everything else, and you're using this leverage to keep pulling the toe forward so that you can unbind the foot, so that the binding of this foot is not pulling the whole toe back. See what it wants to do without that toe on there? What it wants to do is, it wants to take this foot in here that's kind of like this right now and being pulled forward without
Mm-hmm.
the toe. If the back of the foot were to come back, then it's going to pull the toe back like this, internal toe. And
Right.
that's when you have the horses that knuckle over and can't stand up.
Mm.
Okay? Because when the foot is rotated in the capsule, it's as if you took your shoe off, but your shoe is still stuck on your foot. Your foot
Yeah.
is out of the shoe technically and standing on its toe, but your shoe still looks normal. Like, if your pant leg was covering your foot, and all you saw was the shoe, you would think that your foot was in the shoe. Okay? Well,
Yeah.
that's what's going on with this horse. Her foot rotated in the capsule, and rotation is really just the foot coming out of the capsule. That's what it is.
Mm.
And so now you're trying to put her foot back in the capsule, but you have to grow it back in. And so now you're growing that other part off as you grow the other part, her foot into the capsule.
Mm-hmm.
You're growing the rotated part off. See?
Yeah.
So so this part here, this is growing down, and gradually it's becoming more connected to her inner foot there, as well as pulling the foot forward, because the foot will be bent in there like that. And so we're wanting that foot to straighten out so that it's like this in there, and not like, let's see, not like this, kinda. You want this to straighten out, this part here. You want her toe to be pulled forward, internal toe, and you want her
Mhm.
heels to be pulled back
Yeah.
so that her foot is then level again in the capsule. See? Something like that. So let's see here. Okay, so as this is growing down, what's it doing? It's pushing all this forward at the same time. So not only do you have wall growing down, but this part here where it gets horizontal, it keeps getting more and more forward like that. See? And so that's why all of a sudden you're looking at your foot and you're going, wow, it really went forward. But the
That's
part,
what I'm seeing. Yeah.
yeah, but the part that went forward was this part. This part. See? Because look here, this ain't that bad. See? These heels and these horn tubules right here are not that bad. Okay? It's this part here where right here the whole capsule bends and grows horizontal rather than, because see, it'd be different if your foot was growing straight down here, like about here, it'd be where the sole would be, and then the wall would grow past that, and then you could just cut it off like that. But when the foot grows down and then takes a turn and goes horizontal like that, well, then your excess wall is level with your sole. And so it's really hard to know what to do. And so you just have to keep gradually taking this back. You don't want to take it wholly back, because what'll happen is eventually this will totally grow down, and this will all come back kind of at one time, as well as you're going to be working on this to release the back of the foot. So you don't want this to come back any sooner than necessary, because you want this leverage, but yet you don't want to just allow it to just keep growing forward more and more. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay, you still want to utilize this. That's why I said you could back this up some. Okay. And then you're going to be working on releasing the back of the foot. And that way you've got pull going this way, and you've got this still pulling the foot forward so that she doesn't knuckle over or rotate again. Because if like you were to come in and just take this, like people, what happens is people start getting tired of this toe, and then they take it off. Well, you know, this foot is being held together. The sole and the lamina are welded together here. But if you disturb that too much, then what happens is the wall is not connected to the sole anymore, and the force just steps right through, and
Yeah.
you get this problem again in a worse way. Say, right now, her foot's in the toe is holding together pretty good, even though it's long like that,
Yeah.
because that laminar wedge is attached to that sole. And so it's holding the whole front of the foot together. But eventually, just a minute here. Eventually, this will grow down, the toe will come back, it'll all come together and still be connected. Say, the worst thing that can happen to these horses is because usually when you have founder, you have damage to the sole corium in the toe. And you have damage to the part that creates the glue
Mm-hmm.
that binds to the internal lamina of the wall and holds the sole to the wall. And so there's damage to that. So when they make a laminar wedge, they've glued that sole to the dorsal wall, even though there's damage going on in the toe and the sole will keep growing and stay connected to the wall. But if you disrupt that, then you have sole in the toe that is not connected to the wall. And so you have, you know, 1,200 pound horse pressing down on the sole when it's not connected to the wall. It's like, you ever see somebody whose tennis shoes were so worn out that the top was disconnected
Yes.
from the sole?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like that. See, so, but I know that this wall will grow down and it will develop its own connection in the sole, in the toe, and it's amazing how the sole corium can heal and still produce this stuff. So, but the main part now is working on the back of this foot and getting those notches in there so that more of this foot and in the back can release. Because when you look at the frog, it doesn't look all that narrow. I'm going to look at this again because again, it isn't just that your heels yes, they have contraction, but it is also that this part of the foot is just so big and round and wide. So it makes the back of the foot look more narrow.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I think?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
let's see here. Let's go to.
So as I take the toe back,
Sorry, Linda.
Yeah.
I've sent you a photo of
Okay, you were cutting out really bad, hun.
Linda.
Yeah, now you're clear.
Miss? Okay, sorry. I've sent you a photo when I did this cut, the saw cut, but with the file of Benenitra's hoof, so Rebecca can see what you mean.
Okay. Okay. Just a minute. I'll go look here. Aha. Oh, okay. Yeah, you did it with the file. Okay. Yeah, people can do that too. Let's see. Share. There you go. Oh, you're cutting out again. We didn't catch any of that. Okay. Well, Rebecca,
At
Roberta,
that time,
gosh, I'm sorry. God dang. Roberta. I hate
Yes,
myself.
ma'am.
But at that time, we used the file to do it.
Yeah. So you can use the edge of the file. You know, I mean, I like using the saw.
yeah,
You can do this too.
hacksaw would be good for me too.
See, I've used it on the heels. I'm using that on the heels to create to give heel relief to create false, so I can still have heel height, but yet I've released some of the heel so that the back of the foot can move,
Mm-hmm.
which is working real good. So okay, but see this, I've done this as well and had this work. I can just get more precise when I use the saw. Let's see here.
I suppose you touch it up periodically, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
See,
how often
it
would you
just
say?
whenever needed,
Okay.
you know. But do you see how now she would grow this down, and you see how this part is the flared part coming
Yes.
out the bottom,
Yeah.
and so this is just more prone to want to grow down straight. But as this is growing out, it's going to get bigger. It's going to make the foot bigger around, you see? And so because it grows down and out like that, down and out. Just a minute. So you have to keep taking this back.
So what? So once I keep taking the toe back, but
Roberta,
eventually
it
I'm
was,
going to
it
get
was
into
not the
that.
same thing.
I'm going to get into that stretched material. In my mind, I'm thinking it's kind of like just gonna break way. Is that not the case? Are y'all there?
I'm here, but Linda is not, I think, for
Oh.
some reason.
Oh, hey, here I am.
But do you
Mhm.
see what I did?
Oh, see, you get really clear
Roberta?
and then you
No.
cut out.
Mhm.
Let's see. Let me annotate here. Okay, so
So when I file the toe back, I'm getting real close to where it's going to go into the stretched white line and all that material.
yeah,
So
but
once I get to that, is that going to like shred, if you will? You know what I'm saying?
yeah, well, see, what I think will happen is as this grows down, as this is growing down, let's say this is growing out. Now she's got a good bevel here, okay? But otherwise it could be like that, you see?
Yes.
And but as this grows down,
Exactly.
okay, it's pushing this out, but you're just as this piece comes down, you're just keep bringing it back. See how that shortens up there? And what I believe will happen is that if there is a need for some laminar wedge in this toe, I believe the laminar wedge is there for two reasons. One, to hold the dorsal wall and sole all together, okay, to the foot, and also to become a prosthetic replacement for any of the coffin bone that has worn away, so that the horse can still have the correct form and leverage of the toe on the front of his foot, even if he's worn his coffin bone off. And we know this works because of George Malikos, who Angeliki helped. He had this horse. She lost a coffin bone in her rear foot, and he was able to grow a whole hoof capsule on her that looked normal, you know. So they can grow sole, they can grow a hoof capsule without a coffin bone. How about that? I mean, that's amazing. So it's just learning how you've really got to deal with kid gloves with these laminar wedges because they're there for a reason. So anytime I have tried to do a resection, you know,
Mhm.
just total, it just never works. And so, because I believe that they need part of that laminar wedge to fill up the space where they no longer have connection for the coffin bone, and that you can, they can make their own prosthetic toe out of it. Because they have to have toe, you know, they have to
Mhm.
have enough break over there to pull the foot, you know, whatever is missing in that coffin bone. Because whenever these feet rotate, it wears the toe off internally, you know. So what I believe it will do is just what I showed right here. See? Okay, so your wall is growing down. Wait a minute. Okay, but it's got that flare, and there's a laminar wedge in there, you know, right in
Mhm.
there. And so, of course, we're thinking more in the front of the foot, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they can go
Mhm.
clear over to here. They look like a half moon kind of deal. And so as the wall grows down, there the wall grew down some, see there? Then what else is going to happen? It's going to shove this out more as it grows down. Okay, so well, let me go the other way. Okay, so over here, you would take it back. You see right here? I would take that back. This is going to grow down and shove that out this way. So each time I just take it a little bit back. Eventually this whole thing will grow. Let's see. Well, I messed up. Now hold on. So this will grow down some more. A little closer this time. Okay, as it grew down, it pushed this out actually more. I kind of did it wrong. So it pushed it out more, makes the toe look bigger. Well, you just come and you just bevel off a little bit more there.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's going to grow down again. As it grew down, this piece right here, okay, it pushed it out further.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay. So you beveled off over a little back to where it kind of should be. See, you just, as it's growing down, you're beveling it back. You know, as it's growing down this way, it's pushing this part out that way. So if it grew here, then it would take this piece and it would be that much further over. See? Because
Yeah.
it's a hair. It's a hair, and this hair growing down here, it's growing here. So it's pushing it, and that's why you got this big round toe.
Yeah.
See? And so again, if it grew here, then it's going to take this piece here and push it out here. But eventually, once you get down to the bottom of the foot, okay, you should have been able to back this up, and it should have made its own connection with the wall and the sole here and grown this thing out. That is what happened to that is what I did in dealing with the foot like this. See, but what do the farriers and everybody do? They come and they take all the strength of the wall away. See, you want to maintain the strength of this wall around the bottom of the foot, but you still want to be bringing the wall back as it grows down. See, it's just understanding how this is going to grow down here and push this out wider. So you just got to keep bringing it back, and eventually it'll hopefully, well, This is what we're going to want to see, is it's going to grow all the way down straight without this horizontal lip thing moving out.
Right, okay, yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah.
think I understand it now. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so
Linda,
yeah,
I've sent you another photo.
okay.
I've sent you another photo. Make its own round, let's say, ribbon there.
Okay.
And as soon as the heels grow, if you find the new photo I've sent you, you will understand. Things happen. Now, in this last photo, the cracks are there, and then they disappear after some time,
Okay.
as long as the hoof grows. You see?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Okay.
Yes, this photo.
Okay. And then there is another one, or is it the same photo? I think.
Well, the same hoof, another photo, another time. This is after, but it starts to get a better position, the whole
Okay.
hoof.
Well,
And
you
this-
sent me 2 pictures of the same exact. They're the same exact photo.
Sorry.
That's okay.
This is after, let's say, 8 months. And
Okay.
I didn't repeat the vertical cuts.
Uh-huh.
The hoof did it itself.
Oh, okay.
These are not so cut, made by me.
Okay. Just
You
a minute.
see?
Did you send me the other picture? Because I
No,
have 2
this
photos here,
one
but they're both the
and
same exact photo.
the last one.
See, you sent me the same exact photo.
Well, sorry, maybe I sent it twice.
Were you going to send
Sorry,
it?
sorry.
That's okay.
I just put it. I pressed the button twice
Okay.
to
Let's see here.
send it. This is after some months after the file.
You are cutting out
I
again
did.
really bad. So were you going to send another picture, or? Because I don't think you realized that both of these are both the exact same picture. Just a minute.
Rebecca,
Okay, just a minute. I'm gonna share this right here. Okay, these are the pictures you sent. You sent 2 of the exact same photo. Are you there? I think we lost her.
I think she left. She must be trying to go out and come back in to see if she get a better connection.
Okay. Okay, well, this mare was terrible, terrible, terrible foundered. You know what I'm saying? And you can see, I don't, now somebody else is really breaking out. Who is
That's
that?
Angelique. She's back on again, so obviously it's
Okay.
not better.
Yeah, You're breaking out really bad and we cannot understand a word. I'm sorry. Still breaking out. We're going to have to move on until you get a better connection. Okay. Well, anyway. Yeah, we can't understand a word you're saying. I think she clicked out again. She gets a really bad connection there, which is too bad.
Well,
But this
halfway
I
around
will.
the world, you got to expect a little bit of a
Well,
problem.
yeah, no kidding. That she's able to come in as good as she can
It's
half the
amazing.
time, you know? Anyway, uh, she's been with us a very, very long time too, and working on this mare who was horrible, horrible foundered. And I'm not sure when this picture was taken, but this is a tremendous improvement. Just the fact that her heels can stand up like that, you know? And so, uh, like she was just saying something, whereas she took the rasp and made that there, that groove. Okay, she was saying, if I got her right, was that the hoof kind of started doing it itself, maybe a little bit. I don't know. But irregardless, you can see where this dorsal wall and toe have grown in real well
Mm-hmm.
in this foot. You know, her toe is not as extended as yours is at this time. You know, and I think this is an older picture too. So, you know, the foot has changed a lot even since then.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, so I'm going to go back to, yeah, that's really frustrating when she can't get a good connection. I feel for her. I hate technology sometimes. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to share here. We're going to look at the sole view again now. Now, we're going to look at the sole view again, understanding that your toe is way long and expanded. Like it looks like the foot might be around here.
You share?
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so I want to actually open this in Paint because I want to do some stuff here. Just a minute. Size. Yeah. Okay. Just a second. Okay, new share. Okay. So I'm just gonna cut out where I think the foot kind of would be and cut out what's not supposed to be there. And I think you'll see that the peels here are not as contracted.
We still have the old pictures, Linda.
Oh, sorry about that. Let's see here. How's that? Do you get
Nope.
too? What? Let me totally back out of this share thing. Just a minute. Let's see. Should be in Paint, and there should be two sole pictures here.
Nope, I see Agaliki's pictures.
Does anybody else see? Well, this stupid thing. Let's see. Try it again. Now do you see it?
Nope.
What is going on
Does
with
anybody else see it? Oh, that I got your front picture now.
Okay, now I'm gonna try it again. How about now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so we're gonna switch this out here. Okay, we'll get these even. Okay, so I'm just gonna take some stuff out here. So if we were to just take the wall out, take the wall back, like you can see from what I see, wait a minute, I'm gonna draw on here first. See, these kind of feet can be so hard to do because it's so hard to determine what to do with the toe. And I'm going to tell you what, you got to be so careful on foundered feet with laminar wedges because as you see here, the sole is still connected, but also you're starting to see kind of a crack right here. Am I right, Roberta?
Where's your map? Where is the pointer?
Oh, just a minute. It's
Oh,
hard to
oh,
see.
okay.
I'm starting to see a crack right here.
I still don't know where your mouse is.
Oh, let me make this thicker. Just a
Left
minute.
picture toe.
Da-dum-dum. Let me make this bigger. Bigger. Okay, my mouse is right here. I got a little pencil. Do you see him?
Oh, I'm sorry. I had it blown up. Yes, it is. Yep.
Okay, so there's a crack here. Okay, but what we see is we see sole going clear up to here. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, this is kind of telling us something here that she's pressing down already on the sole right here. See? And this is kind of wanting to become disconnected somewhat. Let's see.
So is that the coffin bone pressing down?
It's, well, what can happen is her actual, the toe of her foot could be clear back here. Okay. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's right here. Do. Because I've seen that before where you'll see separation right here, but their actual toe can be back further. Okay. But
Could that not be like leverage from that her toe being so far out?
that
Then
yes. Yeah, but you still have to be careful in removing the sole in the toe. Because still everything's pretty connected together.
Yeah.
So this is also why we need to do the notches here and maybe do a notch here, do 2 notches and bring the toe back some. Like this sole right here, what I'd like to see is if you could take the hoof knife and just take out some of this sole right here. What you do is you just come up against the wall right there.
Mhm.
Well, but see the wall, see this is the hard part. Your wall is vertical. It's growing out this way. You know,
Yes.
it's not growing straight down.
Exactly.
So, God, you gotta remember all this stuff. So, still just bringing it back. Bring it back, probably, you know, about so much. That's going to take some of that leverage off without disrupting a lot of this connection in here. So I would start there, and that's where I would start. Just bringing that back a little more. And then I would try and really clean up this area here more and get it deeper.
Deeper, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll show you on my horse what I did today. Now I want to look at the back of this. Okay. And so you're also going to want to take your bars down.
Yeah,
Lift them.
that was another question.
Yeah. You want to lift that off of the sole. Now, where is it that you trimmed on this foot that you said the sole was soft?
Oh, what you see, all of it.
All of
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
And it's just that foot now, thank God.
Okay.
The other one isn't.
Okay. Well, let's try doing some notch in the pillars because we haven't done that yet.
Okay.
Okay. And then just bringing this toe back some just to get keep some of the leverage and relieve some of it. And then, but you're going to have to get in here on these bars.
You know, I map it and I took quite a bit out
Mm-hmm.
and I have the white line and I'm not sure what else to do.
Let me undo this here. Let me remap it some. Well, look right here.
Mm-hmm.
See, you still have that much bar there. You didn't here you did come down to your line right here.
Okay.
But here you didn't. And one thing you could do is you could come in there and you could thin out the bar wall itself. All the way down into here. Just now, I'm saying like take off just the outermost layer to soften it up so that seeing all this here, okay, this also needs cleaned up and this defined a little bit more. I'll take a picture and show you. Now, when you're done, it should look something like this. Okay, so we know that if you take, just a minute. If you take a notch out, it's going to take this out right here. Over to about the white line. Oops. Wait a minute. It's messing with me.
I just have trouble with bars. I guess I just don't understand what I'm taking. I see what you're marking.
Well, you'll learn about that. You know, it just takes time. Okay, so then you don't want this little ledge here, so you're gonna rasp that off, which we're probably gonna do a notch there as well, to where if you did another notch, you're gonna wind up coming over to here at least. So let me come over here and take some more off over here. I will show you my horse's foot so you can see. Now you got to remember, even though it looks like this, you still have a pretty good wall coming down almost to that length, except for your notch. So, okay, so then let's see what happens when we take this off. Okay, now you see when we take that off, your heels do not look so contracted, do they?
No.
Because all this up here is overgrowth, distortion, and laminar wedge. See there?
Yes.
So, or the heels aren't as contracted. And they don't even look super curled in, although a lot of times that's deceiving. The bar and stuff can
Mm-hmm.
be deceiving. Yeah, see? Yeah, that doesn't even look. See, that don't look too bad at all, really, does it?
No.
See how wide the heels are?
Yeah.
Go from here to here. And then if we were to go straight up, see there? See where the sole is? Where this line is here, where it wants to kind of push through the sole because of the long toe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that actually looks pretty good. Because right here it'd be your toe quarter, right here, and right here. So that's just like
Right.
perfect with the heels. You know, and your frog is not by any means a contracted frog. And what'll help too is, like I said, just taking off some more bar. I'm going to show you pictures of my horse, and
Okay.
then you can clean up along the side of the frogs too. Okay, I'm going to
Yeah.
send you.
Yeah.
I'm going to send you a picture. See, the key is, especially with foundered feet, is getting that toe to hold together. You know, because as soon as you overdo that toe, which in this case I do not believe will be overdoing, because you can already see that. To me, when you're seeing this here, this crack,
Yeah.
okay, it's time to go ahead and do some things to take the leverage off of that, you know, without trying to destabilize the whole wall.
Right.
Um,
Okay.
that's why we use the notches, and also back the toe up some, but not all the way. You know, give this all a chance to give it a chance to grow down and work itself to holding together with the wall. The sole holding together with the wall. So as much
Okay.
as possible, you want it like what we were saying before. The wall is growing down, but it only gets so far, and then it grows down vertical, but then
Mhm.
before it gets to the bottom, it's going horizontal.
Yeah.
So if we were to look on older pictures, we would see, when did this crack show up? See? Just a minute
That it's recent. It's within 2 weeks.
Okay, well then that's telling us something right there, that it's time to back that up.
Okay.
So, let's see here. Okay, so I'm
Guys,
gonna
I'm back.
Hey,
Sorry,
Hooray!
all right.
sorry, I'm back. Do you mean these things that you made? Is it a bevel to make the toe back?
Yeah, just taking the same way
Yes, like I did at that time.
yeah, the same way you did, and the same
Yes,
way she's doing now. Just
thank
keep
you.
going in that direction. You know,
Yes,
yeah, not taking it down at all, but just as that wall is growing down, you're just, it's pushing that out. And so
I
this is
think beveling is the best way to keep manageable the wall
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
this
Just,
case.
yeah, I think so too. Let's see, share. Okay, I'm going to go back to
And
there.
Roberta, you can go slowly. I mean, do some and then wait to see how it reacts, and do some more and go slowly with these interventions.
Okay. Trust me, I'm not in a hurry with her.
I know. Tell me about it. With me, this mare of mine, I'm trying something like 7 years.
Oh,
But
wow.
she was, yes, she was, I mean, it was impossible to leave her and to leave her live like this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, every vet told me to put her down. All farriers gave up, but she's okay now.
Yeah, isn't that awesome? See, that's wonderful.
Thank
Fantastic.
to a very nice lady. She's called Linda Harris.
Well, you're a very nice lady back. If it wasn't for her, she gave me encouragement when people were rebelling. Remember that? I had
We
this
are
forum.
very, yes, of course I do. But we are very, very, very lucky people, I must tell you.
Yeah.
Whoever insists and whoever applies tact and make efforts to help their horses are very lucky people. Very lucky people.
Yeah, I'll tell you, without your encouragement, we wouldn't be here today. And that's just true.
No,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah, you encouraged me to take a stand. See what happened was, at first we were all on this it was a Yahoo group, which I really liked that Yahoo group. And so then Yahoo decided it wasn't going to do groups anymore. So I opened up a forum. Well, then, see me, I'll be around for a while and then I'll do a hiatus and take off because I'm going through something, And so the forum was going really good. And then Angeliki wrote me and said that everybody was teaching something completely different. And she encouraged me. She said, yeah, they were actually telling me I was wrong and all this kind of stuff. And so I was just like, well, these people, I don't know what's going on. I started this thing, but they're doing this now. And so she encouraged me and said, no, she said, you have to take control. It's your forum. It needs to be the way you want it to be. They don't have the right to just take over and start teaching any old thing there is, And so then I was like, yeah, okay. Yeah. And so, boy, they didn't like that and stuff. But she has been the most encouraging person to me. See, because usually, I just needed encouragement to take a stand with people, and not let them run roughshod over me and to continue on with this work. And so she has been my greatest source of encouragement and support and inspiration. And then that is the truth.
You know, guys, why I did it?
I'm sure you said something
Because
great
I
there.
always
There we go.
understood teaching. If I went to another place,
Well, I wish we could hear what you're saying.
yes, because if I went to other places where they were saying things, I never
Sorry, but we can't understand you again, unfortunately.
the deep, the the core of what they were.
Man,
Well,
your
and
connection
I
is so
kept
terrible
encouraging
today.
you. Thank you anyway.
Oh, well, I love you very much and
Never
very grateful
mind.
for your friendship and your encouragement.
To
That
all
came
of
through
you
good.
very much because we are all trying for the same purpose.
That's right. That's
Go on,
right.
don't interrupt again.
Oh boy, well your connection just wants to give you fits today. I wish we could hear you better. All right, so okay, so I mean, you got a lot of this wall grown out. And I think I could have encouraged you probably to see what I should have done. I should have explained a lot of the stuff I'm seeing today before this about, but I kind of forget stuff that I went through, you know, to get rid of certain things and as well as some of the things now I remember some of the stuff I learned that was bad, like when I took toes back on laminar wedges that shouldn't have been done. Okay, and it created disaster. So it makes me leery when I see toes like this. I start going, oh,
Oh, I'm sure.
and but then too, now see, I'm seeing some good connection in this dorsal wall. I do believe.
See, I don't see that. And
Okay,
I think the reason why is because just the look, the wall isn't healthy, so I don't think there is connection.
okay, but see,
But that doesn't mean that's so.
but see, this part of the wall here is looking healthy. Okay, there are no big ridges, no big huge bulges in it or anything like that. Um, it looks smooth. Like you see this big ridge and bulge right there?
Yeah.
Okay, there's none of that, you know, there's no compression rings, as I call them, anything like that. So this is looking all smooth and this is looking pretty healthy right to about here. Okay, but then, I mean, it still is starting to curve out about here, but this is looking pretty healthy in here. So
Okay.
I'm believing, I mean, I think there's still probably a laminar wedge in here and stuff like that, stretched lamina,
Mm-hmm.
but it is covered up by the sole. It's been covered up by the sole the whole time, which is a good thing. That means the sole is connected to the wall. And so, but I think what I explained to you today is something that I needed to do. Where the wall is growing down straight, but here where it goes vertical, it's going out. So as it's going down, you're going to keep bringing it back, keep bringing it back, keep bringing it back. See, otherwise it will get too far out front. And
Yeah.
so you see, and I think that's what happened. It got a little too far forward. That it was like that, there's nothing wrong with that. You got to keep that because you need the fact that it's all connected together in there, the sole and the lamina and everything like that. You need to keep that, but also as the wall is growing down, as this part comes out, you need to keep gradually bringing it back and keeping some of that leverage off of there. See, so if we were to look under here at where that crack is, it's going to be right about here,
Yes.
you know? So yeah, so I just think getting some of the leverage off of that, doing a notch, maybe even doing another little notch right here. See, because you're going to bring all that back, and I think that that could probably just help all of that. It's not easy on feet like this to give people advice because you don't want them to do anything that's the wrong thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know, it's better to do something than nothing
The
at
nothing.
all.
Yeah, the nothing. That is exactly right. You know?
You might as
And
well just put her down if you're gonna do that.
yeah, what the heck? You know? And stuff. So anyway, this is all stuff that you can do, that you can try. And you know, I think she's doing much better than how's she walk around?
She walks fine. The front left, she's a little tender where I dug that stuff out.
Uh-huh.
It's the seed of the corn I was trying to say.
Okay.
And it's about the size of a nickel,
Okay.
the hole. And the wall's probably a 1/4 inch past.
Okay. That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay because those aren't her real heels anyway.
Right.
And that's not the real seed of the corn. You know, it's
Right.
what still buried way back up in there. And so all this foot has to come unbound and move back and stuff like that. But it will happen. You know.
Okay.
I'm going to show you a picture of my horse's foot so that you can see how I trim the frogs. Let's see. Let me go look here. Okay. Man. Just a minute here. Let me get the most recent from today. I'm going to have to, if you want to take a little break here, we can take a break for 15 minutes while I try and post these online so that we can look at them, okay?
Sounds good.
Okay,
Okay.
and then we get back. Kathy, I noticed you sent me some pictures. Okay, so we'll go
I
through your
did.
horse. We will go through your horse as well. And then Marilyn, we're going to go through Dahlia's too, okay?
Okie dokie.
Okay. All right, so take a break. What time is it? It's 2:05. Let's meet back here at say 2:15.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Okay.
Okay.
Marilyn, are you there?
I am.
Hey, do you have trouble trimming bars?
Yeah, unless I soak the feet really well, then it goes better.
But I mean,
Knowing
do
what
you
to
know
trim?
you know what to trim and how far, how
The
deep
last
to
time I trimmed, I was able to actually find like the white line in the bar, so I knew I was kind of getting there.
I just don't get it. I can go to the white line, but it's like, I don't know. I've never trimmed before. You know what I mean? All that.
I hadn't trimmed before I touched Dolly's feet either. I
I
never
don't-
even handled a knife
Yeah. I hear you.
or a rasp. I had a rasp that
Yeah.
a farrier gave me that I'd use for other stuff, but I'd never put it on a horse's foot before.
I don't know. You got any tips for me?
No, other than just keep trying.
Keep digging.
Yeah, map where you're supposed to be, and then just take your knife and just cut level down to that spot.
Oh, well, I
Carefully.
think I do, but apparently I don't because I have to take more every time she reads my feet.
Well, I think that's one of those that kind of comes gradually because that's how it was with Dolly for a long, long time. And then all of a sudden one day I could find the white line when I was trimming. So
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'm going to take a quick break.
All right, dear. Thank you.
Betcha.
All right, bye.
Roberta,
Yes, ma'am.
can you hear me now?
Yes. Everybody's on
very
break.
funny. I'm trying to. Okay, so take your whoever has problems with trimming the bars, take your knife and put the round edge and draw back. So you take off the bar with the white line. Most of the time, the white line lays on the sole, so you cannot find it easily. But if you do very little, many times and frequently, you will see that the part of the white line of the bars, which is laid on the sole, comes off easier because the sole is coming, it begins to grow from the inside out. Do I make sense?
Inside. Yes.
Imagine the sole like grass, as
Yeah.
Linda said many years ago. So if you take off the upper, if you cover this grass with a piece of something,
Yes.
of a piece of plastic,
Cardboard. Yes.
the grass doesn't grow upright. But if this plastic, you make it thinner, 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 and it takes light in, the grass is becoming uprise. Think like this simulation.
Well, that's a big help.
So you cut the bar with your knife right to the back, and the white line of the bar, which is laid on the sole, becomes thinner and thinner every time.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
How
Yes,
I
do.
describe it?
I do. Thank you.
And you shouldn't go very deep the first time once, but you do little bit and little bit and little bit every 2-3 days. You go and you take off a very, very slice, a very thin slice of it. And you give time to the sole to grow up right there.
Okay. So once I find the white line, the bar line,
Mm-hmm.
I am not to trim anymore once I get to the white line, correct?
Yes, you trim the wall of the bar, and let's say you do the lateral, no, the medial bar. Okay. So you put your knife and you take off a very thin slice of the bar. And it's not very clear where your white line is, because when they lay over the sole, you just cut flat the white line,
Okay.
not upright. Okay.
Okay.
So you wait 2-3 days, and then you take off another very light, very thin slice. And you'll see that your bar will be and it to see where exactly the white line is and where exactly the wall of the bar is.
Okay.
I'm not sure I can explain it better.
I do understand you, but I'll have to have a hoof in hand.
Yes.
You know, I don't know why it's so hard for me. I don't get it.
You know what I
It
do?
shouldn't be,
I'm
but
old,
it,
so it is very hard to work keen on of my hoofs. So I take a
Mhm.
small stool, a very low chair, something. Sometimes I sit on a rock, and I put her hoofs on my lap.
Mhm. How sweet.
Well,
At
it
least you
works.
can, yeah.
And I give her something to eat, so she eats, and I keep her hoof on my lap. And it is very easy for my back, and I feel stronger on my hands because I don't have to keep the hoof and cut at the same time.
Right.
I tried that one time, but I found that I had a harder time getting the hoof level because I wasn't looking at it straight.
Well, you do the big work, and then the details, you go up and you look better.
I might have to try that again.
Mhm.
Because if she puts her hoof on your lap, you don't have to keen on her. You are standing yourself and you work because we don't have the strength that farriers have on our hands.
Mhm.
And with the tripod, they don't stand long because it's
Yeah,
not a very,
yeah, she doesn't stand long. Not on
yes, because
three.
they don't feel something steady. My lap is steadier.
Well, that does make sense. Yeah.
I've tried always around.
You guys, I'll be right back, my dear. Okay. And let me go pay. Okay. I'm gonna go in here real quick.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, hopefully I took a bunch of video too. I'm gonna try and upload some of that. Um, let's see here. Um, we'll see if this loaded. I need to close some photos. Okay. All right, they loaded. So I have some from, I guess, 3, 4, 5, 6 days ago, and some from recent. So let me just a minute here. Hold on. Boop, boop.
Are you muted, Linda?
Yep, I sure was. Okay, so this is from, let me see the date on that was. Um, mhm. Do. Oh, I need to find gallery. Hold on. Gallery. There we go. Okay, well, pictures. Okay, November 21st. This is from November 21st, I think. Yes, November 21st. I have some not on here, but I have some from November 5th. And this is from November 21st. Okay, so you know I was trying to take so this foot here, okay, this is the one that was injured where he tore, you can see the scar right there. He tore this whole cartilage clear back to here. And he cracked the heel really bad. And it all wound up being a good thing because the whole bulb and heel and everything, which was very run forward, you can see that, you see the horn tubules there? They don't look that run forward, do they? Okay, they were way run forward. And this bulb was pulled down lower than the other one. And so the big crack that was originally here, for some reason, the whole thing, the way it happened, allowed the whole bulb and heel and everything to move back and stand up. So what I did was, okay, so you see, I'm gonna, let's see, what am I showing you here? I would have to go back and some further pictures to show you the original crack, okay, on that side of the foot. So what I did later, okay, you know how I said you take a thin, what I have is actually a coping saw, which is even thinner than a hacksaw, okay? And what I did was I simulated that on the opposite heel over here. And what it did was this whole heel moved back too. just like this one did. So now what I've done on this side of the foot is I have re-simulated the same crack he did, because I'll tell you what I found out. You have to have height in the back of these heels. And so you can weaken the heel enough to where the heel will still stay attached, but as the foot grows, the heel that's growing in will move back, if that makes sense. I'll have to show you some more pictures on that. So this is from the 25th. This is from a former notch that I made on that side. But here you see that I thinned down the frogs quite extensively, because this whole frog, these bulbs are pulled in like that. Look at the way the heel's curled in. It isn't just the heel that curled in. It was the whole coronary band, frog, everything, whole frog pushed forward. And this, the bulbs curled in like, let me do an annotate here so I don't have to go looking for a bunch of pictures. So just a second here. So these bulbs here, okay, they literally curled in like this. And so your frog is here in reality. And your bulbs would curl in clear like that. But it's all the periopal skin and everything grows all over everything, and you don't even know that this is happening. You don't know that these bulbs that should be up here have been curled in to here. And as it does so, it's pulling in the coronary band that grows the heel buttress. So it's curling that heel buttress in like that as well. And sometimes you haven't got any heel buttress growing at all. And other times, you know, it'll kind of like grow a chunk over here next to the frog. And of course, at the same time, all this is happening and covering up the true seat of the corn, which is back here. You've got false bar like this, and you think this is the seat of the corn, when in reality, the true seat of the corn is way back here. Okay. So see this, where this is trimmed out here. See how, do you see how the heel is curled in? Not supposed to be curled in like that. This heel that is, well, it is really curled in. Wait a minute. Let me undo that. See that heel? This heel here is supposed to be clear out here, pointed like that. Pointed like that. Not curled in and pointed that direction. And you can see this heel's curled in like that. Again, where's that heel supposed to be? Supposed to be pointed in that direction. Well, that ain't very good. I'm not a very good drawer. Just a minute. This heel is supposed to be pointed in that direction, like that. Like that. So now I want you to imagine, now here at this time, the bulb is right about here. The back of the bulb, to where they used to be clear in here. And so this is pulled, this whole, the frog corium is all attached to that too. So this is pulling it back. And if you look right here, you can see that it has actually moved. When I show you the next set of pictures, you'll see it's moved since I did this picture here. Okay. So what you're doing is all this anatomy is coming unrolled and uncurled and moving back to the place where it's supposed to be. And what you thought was the central sulcus, because remember these little bulbs here, which are going to come back even more. Okay, they're going to widen up first of all. They're going to spread apart and widen. Your frog's going to be wider. The frog will be wider here. And let me clear all drawings. So let's see. These bulbs here, which are about here now, which used to be down here. So they were down here. Like so. And so that pushed your frog corium clear into here. And then the cleft between the bulbs, well, it presents like what seems to be a central sulcus, but actually this part is supposed to be clear back here. So, okay, so we're going to look at a real foot here real quick. So again, to refresh your memory as to what the true foot of the horse looks like, to explain to you where I'm going in unrolling this foot and these heels and pulling this whole frog back to where it's supposed to be. So just a minute here. I got to find a picture. Hold on. So you got to keep, oops. I don't know what I did there. Just a minute. How did I do that? No. Okay. Okay. Da-dum. Okay. I'm lost. Hold on. Something is going on here. Let me try it again. Okay, there we go. Okay. We'll start here. New start. To remind us what the true foot of the horse is, which is the internal foot, which on a good wild foot, which is most of them, you will see the reality of what that is. Let's see, share. Oops, wrong one. Okay, so here again, we have an example of what kind of sole ridge these horses can grow. See, now they don't always grow this, but it's always there, even if it only looks concavish. Okay, that is still always there. That sole ridge is always there. Here you see it on a fetus foot before the foot ever grows a capsule. And I want you to look at the central sulcus. What central sulcus? There is no central sulcus. This is the cleft between the bulbs right here. That's what that is. It isn't like there's some center thing here in the middle of this frog. This is the cleft between the bulbs. See there, it's only when all of this gets pulled down in here and distorted and deformed that it gives the appearance of what they have now, what they call the central sulcus, which is really a distortion and not the true foot of the horse. So let me move something here. Okay, so this is an adult foot here, and you see between, it's a little blurry there, but you can see, let me turn it over. Move this. Okay, so you can see between the bulbs, and here's the anatomically correct foot down here. Again, this is a cleft between the bulbs that is high up behind the foot and under the foot at the same time. On your frog aquarium, you have part that is supposed to be vertical and part that is horizontal. The frog that grows, the frogs stay. This big chunk of frog that grows in this cleft of the frog aquarium, if you want to call it on the frog aquarium, you want to call it a sulcus, it would be a sulcus. It's a cleft, it's a sulcus, whatever you want to call it there. But once the frog grows in it, it is full. It is not a cleft. It is not a sulcus. The frog fills that up, and Bracy Clark called it a frog stay. First, he called it a bolt. Just a minute. Okay, how to straighten out the kids. I don't know if you could hear them. They're like wrestling over here on my bed. Now they're just looking at me. You're spoiling our fun. Okay, so then it turns into the bolt, and it will bind and hold the foot wherever the foot is at. So if you trim out the heels, it will strip, a lot of times it'll strip it out, or it's the whole frog aquarium is going to be pulled in, pushed forward, deformed, distorted, and then the frog will grow from that position, and it will bind and bolt the back of the foot right there. So not only is it the fact that this area can be very deep, and have frog and all this pushed forward, and then wherever that chunk grows, that's right where the back of your foot is going to stay. And so that is why I trim the frogs to the amount I do, because all this skin, all these bulbs, see this bulb here, let me annotate again. Okay, so okay, so this bulb here, and even here, even this foot, okay, the heel, the buttress is kind of over like that. So this actually could come out much wider. This whole frog aquarium and everything could be wider. As soon as you remove a hoof capsule, since the back 2/3 of the foot is soft cartilage and fat covered with skin, it no longer has support, and it just kind of relaxes and goes where it wants to go. Just a minute here. Okay, so these here, I'm going to change color. Here would be your bulb area. Okay, these will literally curl. All this will literally be pulled in like that. And so this area here, it's going to be shoved forward, and then it's going to grow a big chunk of frog in here. And as the back of the foot is pulled down and the foot is bent, the frog aquarium is bent up like this. So then this chunk of frog that grows in here is even deeper. And so this is going to bind your foot right there. That is why you have to learn to thin this out and open this up so, once you get some heels going and stuff like that, so that you can, so that the whole thing can start to move and pull back to where it's supposed to be. So just a minute here. Let me turn this around. Now, I love this picture because here's two wild stallions. Look at their heels. See, that's their heels, not that. So I want you to imagine, what does it do to a foot like this? Okay, just a minute. I'm going to annotate here again. Maybe I can find out where I'm at. Oh, that's a highlighter. That's a smart pen, whatever that is. Don't know what a smart pen is. Oh, well, we'll do brown. Okay, so here's your hoof capsule. No, that ain't gonna work. That's a bad color. Just a minute. Oh, we'll make it green so you can see it. Well, that ain't working either. Just a minute. Do 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 do. Okay. Width, shape, line width. Okay, I think I got it. Do lime green. There we go. Okay, so here's the hairline. Here's the oh God. Just a minute. Try it again. I need to. Okay, here's the hairline. Here is the heel buttress nubbin. Now here is how deep the heel is on this foot. Here. And you can see the nice shape of the cartilage here. And it's still a little pulled down. Okay, so here's the heel depth. Here. So this is the form of the foot. There's your foot. Now, oh, let's make the capsule orange. So this would be your dorsal wall right here. And then your heel buttress grows here. Now it grows from under here. See, your heel buttress nubbin corium. Corium nubbin. That's what I call a little nubbin. And so it has to connect to the back of this heel all the way down. And then from here, it connects with the sole and they grow down to the ground together. This would be the seat of your corn on a correct foot. On an incorrect foot, you're going to think it's the seat of your corn, but this is actually buried and curled in. And you're going to think the seat of your corn is about here. That's what usually most of them are, but that's not the true seed of the corn. That's why, like Roberta, you said it got black in there and you could dig it out because it's not the real seed of the corn. And so it fills up with dead soil and stuff like that. And, and now that you're kind of opening up the foot, it'll show itself even more. And so this would be your hoof capsule on that foot. Now, when you trim these heels down, see, and it starts pulling this hairline down, so you have all these people in the world trying to put this capsule on this foot. So what's that do to it eventually? It crushes these heels. See that nice heel in there? Just a minute. See this heel in here? There's no heel here. They've been crushed. What happens to them? The more you lower the heels, then you wind up with this number here. You've crushed your heels. You know, and you might have a little bit of sole. Well, you're not even going to have this nubbin anymore. It's gone. It's been pulled under and wrapped around into the foot. So you're going to have about this here. You've taken that foot and you have distorted and deformed it into that right there. See, because what is this heel? It's cartilage. It's cartilage. All this is soft tissue. So it can be deformed, distorted, crushed, contorted, and crammed into a smaller container. And if you look at this, look at the bulge up here. See there? And if you look at the internal, this foot internally, which he shows it, you know, he has this one sliced in half. The coffin bone, instead of the coffin bone is deformed. Instead of going, you know, and being pointed, well, in a sagittal section, they're kind of like that. Instead of like that, it's rounded off at the bottom here. So it's got a deformed coffin bone, because when you take all this anatomy and you cram it forward into here, what does it do? It pushes into the coffin joint, which pushes it forward right there. And then it rotates this dorsal, the bone, rotates the coffin bone down. And so what happens to that then is that it wears away. It wears the tip off. See? Now, in some feet, you're going to get, you know, long dorsal walls, you know, they founder or whatever. But where the toes are worn back constantly, you'll have the same thing. It's just a real compressed foot into a smaller unit, but the toe will hold together like this one did here. And see, I know that happens because, see, I never trimmed my gilding into mechanical laminitis because I was constantly rockering the toes back. And why are you constantly rockering the toes back and taking the toes back? Because just a minute here, because as you are taking the heels down here, and the hairline is going from here. Okay, so let's say it's like this. Okay, as you're bringing the hair line down to here, well, what happens to this horn tubule here? It's going like this. See? And so what does it do? Well, it pushes into all those in front of them, and it's making them grow like this. Okay? And so you have to constantly be taking this toe back, constantly taking it back. Because another thing they teach is that the foot is divided into 3 sections, you know, like this. So let's just try and make it into a 3-section deal here. 3 equal sections. And they say, okay, so like the apex of your frog. Hey, I did that pretty good. Look at there. That'd be where the apex of my frog about is. And so they take the base of the frog back here, and you measure from there to the apex, the true apex, and you get 2/3. See, 1/3, 2/3. And then you divide that in half, and you go from the apex of the frog forward, and they say, well, that should be about what your toe length is. So you got the 3/3 here. See, 1, 2, 3. And they call that, you may hear it called the natural, and I hate that word anymore. I hate it. All right. You know, they've been killing us with this natural crap. Like when they say, like, now we find out that we were better off in using lard than we are using vegetable oils, right? So And yet they called it natural, natural margarine and natural this and natural that. Nature isn't always the best, people. So let's see. So you have 3. We're going to do this again here. 3, but the problem is and this is how I trimmed my pony, right? Since I didn't have measurements, I went according to this method, and which would be, I had a name for it, but I can't remember. But anyway, okay, so you measure this, and then you take half of that, and that is your toe length. The problem with that is that as you're lowering the heels, okay, that it's getting rid of this part of the foot and it's bending the cartilage down. Okay, and this, guess what's happening then? Okay, just let me get a different color. Okay, this area that was this distance is now this distance. And so now what happens when you divide this distance in half? You get this. So now this distance is shorter here and here, so now it makes your toe seem long when your toe was not long anyway. Okay, your toe here would be just right, but because you have reduced this up here from being here, right here, to now you've trimmed out the back of the foot and you don't even know it, and you got false heels. And so now you divide this in half. Guess what? You got to make your toes shorter. Like, let's see. It's hard for me. It will be about here. All right. So you're doing it from the bottom. So you're going to rocker that toe, because let's say it's here. Well, you're going to rocker it to here, like this. What's that do? Well, then that starts to make this dorsal wall push back like this. So you're bending, you're going to bend this foot, because remember, it's half, at least half to a third soft cartilage and fat. It can literally be bent because your coffin bone, let's see here, your coffin bone is up here and ends about here. Okay, so this can bend up into the foot, and this, you can wind up, your foot gets bent like so, and it gets smaller from the front being pushed back and smaller from the back being pushed forward, and so the foot will start to bend. These heels will crush, first of all, up into the foot, and the foot will start to bend. So let's see here. That's why, like, if we're to go on Google and look for the natural 1/3, 2/3 balance of the equine foot, you're going to find several different formulas for that. But that don't work. That is not a way. There is no constant on these feet. Nothing on them is ever constant. Ever. If you hear somebody trying to give you a gimmick saying, oh, well, it's always this way, so you can depend on this to do your trimming, it makes trimming easy. That is not true. There is nothing constant on this foot. I don't know if there's anything truly constant in nature, period. Things are always changing. Things can get deformed and distorted and diseased, and you name it. So that's why you cannot use any formula. TACT is not a formula, and the mapping is not a formula. It is anatomical mapping. It is ballpark ballpark figure. You understand what a ballpark figure is? You got it in the ballpark. It's not exact. It takes many, many things for you to learn to do TACT. It takes just understanding what we just looked at here. See? And so here, let me redo this. Okay, so if you try and put this capsule on this foot, you're going to deform it. Well, this foot was made to work a specific way with all the tendons and ligaments and joints and everything like that. So you're going to start doing damage right on up the leg. So anyway, so these two wild stallions pretty much, look at that. It's absolutely gorgeous. Their feet. Now that's a true foot of the horse. That is more the true foot of the horse than this will ever be. This foot was never meant to be on any horse, anywhere, anytime. This is a distortion. This foot is deformed. This horse was probably really old and it had gone through several droughts. Maybe it was born in a drought. Maybe its foot never actually expanded due to the severity of whatever was going on at the time. I don't know. But it's a rear foot for one thing. So you now have people all over the world trying to put this on their horses. That's what crippled all of our horses, was this right here. This, or if it was just farriers, just taking down the heels for frog contact, because you're going to get the same thing in all of this, which is like Chinese foot binding. Okay. All right. So explain that so that you understand, what happens to the frog. What happened to the frog here as the heels were trimmed out? And the frog corium, it was pushed way under the foot and deformed. And so this is why we have to trim these frogs. We have to grow in heel. We have to trim back bar. We have to trim our frogs. And especially on young horses, I believe it's very, very important to keep their frogs trimmed up and between the bulbs and things like that, so that as their foot is growing, their capsule can expand as well. So now, let's see here. Hold on there. Make sure what I'm looking at here. Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and look at this here real quick. Okay. This gives you an idea of what I'm talking about, what happens to the foot. See, this is the frog stay. It's supposed to be up here, high in the foot behind. This is the way, if you are in very many barefoot sites, they're going to show you a foot that looks like this and say, that's a healthy barefoot. The hairline will be clear down at the ground. Notice there's no frog stay. There's not, it'll usually be deformed or there'll be not much of one. But if you keep backing up the toe, it may look like there's some decent sole. But let's look at our barefoot model here. Remember I told you that the coffin bone was deformed in this foot. Okay, now in this foot, because this is a simulation, all right, this simulation was done off of a good foot, all right, and so then this was done to simulate what happens to the back of the foot. But what wasn't done was the coffin bone was not remodeled because this was not in a distorted, deformed foot. But if you look at this foot, you'll see that it was in a distorted, deformed foot. I'll show you here. Okay, so the coffin bone here goes like this. See that? Coffin bones aren't supposed to do that. Of course, they teach too that coffin bones should be ground parallel. This coffin bone is deformed. It's got very little sole. It's got no frog, really. Frog stay. Look at this coffin bone. Ah, I didn't draw that very right. Just a minute. Okay, gonna go. See the difference? The toe of this one is worn off. It should be more like this. But it's worn off because of the mechanical situation I was telling you about. Okay, let's see. All right, so. Okay, now I'm going to go back to examples of my horse's feet. Just a second here. Which I lost somewhere. Just a minute. Okay, let's see, new share. Okay, so this is from the 25th. And you can see how nice and extended my cartilage is, but it's still not as extended as it's going to be when these heels unwrap and the whole bulb straightens out or widens up. The frog will widen up. These heels will wind up being clear back here, and this dorsal wall will be steeper, and his hairline will almost be straight. That's his foot. That's his real foot. And if you look at a lot of these wild horses, they have almost a horizontal hairline. Okay, so you can see here that you know, I was telling you about the periopal skin, how it gets narrower and narrower because that's the way it's supposed to be. And then the frog, once the frog is back to the place it's supposed to be, then this will fill up back here with frog. I will allow the frog to grow once the heels are totally uncurled and the bulbs are totally uncurled and the frog is back where it's supposed to be. Now, I did this picture here because I wanted to show you that in here, the bulb skin is no wider than my thumb. And I've known this for a long time, that the bulb skin is no wider than my thumb. But see, this was on the 25th. Did I say? No, not the 25th. When did I say I did this? That picture. I can't remember now. Let me look at my phone. Was not the 25th because I didn't do that on the 25th. Oh, 21st. It was the 21st. Okay, now you've already seen how quickly feet can change from that experiment that was done in 2020. All right, okay, so see, I take the frog down quite extensively, and he doesn't have, look at it this way. If these heels are curled around and all this is, what is the bar doing? What is the bar doing? If I allow this bar to fully develop and grow there, what's it going to do? The bar corium is as displaced as the frog corium, as the heel buttress corium, the nubbin that gets wrapped around the side of the foot, as it is now. See, all these heels got to uncurl. All right. So what you see here is you see the innermost layers of the frog. Now you want to make sure that you are getting that apex, because that apex will hold the whole thing forward. All right. And so all of this is going to pull back and widen up and pull back into place where it's supposed to. Okay, I think this was today. This is today. And what I'm seeing is I'm seeing this skin get thicker and healthier. This is an improvement even over 5 days ago. I guess it was 5 days ago. Yeah, 21st. Okay. Just when doing what I did in the last trim, and all I did was I just sanded lightly the sole and then just thin down the frog again in between the bulbs. And so, but what I saw on this periopal was something I hadn't seen before, that it is about as wide as my little finger now. And this makes sense to me because it's the coronary band. It's not any wider than the coronary band, and the coronary band is only about as wide as your little finger. It had gotten thicker. It had gotten just thicker, more dense, narrower, just in a few days. But you see how that's turned in there? Can you see how it's turned in? Let me enlarge it for you. Just a minute. Oops. I messed up. Just a minute. New share. Only thing I don't like about taking pictures with my phone is that then why would it it does that. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so you see that, how that's pulled in like that? Okay, but you can see a marked difference between what is frog, the color. See the color? The frog is right here, but the periopal skin is right here. And come to find out, there's not supposed to be any periopal skin in here at all. What you have here is what I think I'm going to call what I've been calling the periopal rope, but it's like a tether. It's almost like a tether, like it tethers the frog to the rest of the foot. I'm going to show you a picture of it here where I saw it, unlike I had ever seen it before. So just a second here. Oops, I think I'm in the wild horse department. Here we go. To where it literally looked like a rope, but like a looped rope, like a tether, like a halter rope. Let's see, where are we here? Well, I know I'm here somewhere. Oh, here I am. Okay. Okay. Share. Okay, this was like on the 5th. This is what it looked like on the 5th. See, we've had a lot of rain, so I had a lot of movement, you know? So, but what I want you to look at is I want you to look at this little piece right here. Okay? That is how it's supposed to be. Now, it's only when your frog and everything is being trimmed out and the bulbs are being pulled forward that it starts growing over the frog corium like this. And that is to hold the capsule on the foot. This can grow over the whole frog. This little funky looking piece here. See how it's a little rope? And we showed last time how it will literally stitch itself together as these bulbs are being pulled in like that. Now here, the bulbs were still wider, about the width of my thumb. Now they can get 2 inches wide. That's when they can be stretched. You could have actually very little heel and bulb skin stretched from here to here. When in reality, what you're supposed to have is only about small, your small little finger width of bulb skin here, and then the rest is frog that would be connected to the heels. Here, you can see it real good there. See that? That's its true position. Now, what is going to happen is these heels will come uncurled. They will widen up. It's going to spread the bulbs apart. See, they're still a little turned in. These bulbs right here used to be clear in down here. And so they've come out a lot. And so what's going to happen is this is going to spread apart. And this whole frog is going to move back between there and up behind the heels and high up in the back of the foot. That is what will happen. Just a minute here, because we have to have a reminder of just a minute. So I show you a picture of one of how it's supposed to be. Let's see. See, what they're doing is they're taking the heels down to the frog. And that's forcing all this distortion into the back of the foot. What we're doing is we're regrowing, unwrapping the foot, and bringing the whole frog corium back to where it's supposed to be to begin with, so that it can grow correctly behind the restored heels. And restoring the frog is a big, big part of correcting this foot. As you restore the frog, let's see. Okay, now I'm going to show you what one looks like when it's correct. Just a minute here. If I can find what is going on. Oh, there we go. Okay, here we go. You see this back here? That's growing clear up in here and is behind the foot. Look at how this is behind the heel. See, this is why somebody would look at this and think this horse has a low heel. His heel, the frog is connected to the heel. Here, I'm going to draw this. Okay. Okay, so I'll just draw it in white, whatever. Okay, so your coronary band groove and coronary band is up here, and it is only this wide. And you're going to have your internal foot, which is going to be like this, and you're going to have your nubbin there, about like so. And then, let's see here. How would that be? Let's just say this is the inner foot. And then, let's see here. Okay, so your heel buttress is actually growing behind here. Right here. But this frog here is clear up in here. Here's your frog, and it is attached to the heel all the way down to here. So that here's your heel right here. Oh, I didn't want to do that in that color. Wait a minute. Here's your heel right here. See, there's your thickness of the wall. Here's your heel, but your heel starts its growth up here. Up here, there's at least two. Well, I already know for sure that this horse has 2 inches of heel, but because the frog is attached, the frog attaches to the heels and grows down with them, then the frog here is almost level with the heel. And people just looking at that would think that horse has a low heel because they don't know how the configuration of the back of the foot. So clear all my drawings. So now look at something interesting. Where's your concave foot, people? What's this? What is this here? Why, that looks like a convex sole ridge to me, right? I don't see no major concavity in this foot. So we know that from the top of the frog stay down to the ground almost is almost, well, 1 3/4 inches right there. The heel itself is 2 inches. The frog is slightly up off the ground. And so we know what this foot is. That sure doesn't look concave to me. Does it to you? Yeah, not at all. It's got a big fat convex sole ridge, looks almost flat, but now look at the heels. Look at the heels, how they are. Just a minute here. Gotta annotate again here, just a second. Okay. By the way, fair use. This is done for research, criticism, and education. Okay, let's see. Fair use. Annotate. There we go. Okay, so here's the heel. Look at how it's aimed. See there? Now, so see the way the heel's pointed? You know how I showed you on my heel, it's pointed clear over like this? You know, only probably more up in here. That's because as the heels are trimmed out, they curl, everything curls around in like this. The bulb here, it goes like that. This will wind up being clear up in here, like that. And the foot gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And so then you have what it would be the true seed of the corn is no longer the true seed of the corn. That thing's been buried somewhere. Okay, and so now what'll happen also is this is what I'm expecting on my feet. The heels are going to spread out. They're going to straighten up. The points here are going to be back here, not over here. And the frog that is now like so is going to get wider. So that is what I'm expecting on this foot. This is where I'm going with that foot. And what's interesting is that's where this foot is going. And the ones that I haven't trimmed in quite the same way, they're doing it too, but in a different way, in a little bit different way, which is very interesting. Let's see. But okay, so let's see. Okay. Okay, so this was today. Now, you see this cut I made on this heel here? It started down here. And because of that, this whole bulb moved back. This is this foot that was hurt really bad, and it did its own major crack in the heel. And that allowed that whole heel bulb, always had a very asymmetrical foot, wider on this side. I could not believe how much the side came in after that heel moved back. So I now am experimenting by using these cuts in order to allow the foot to pull the heel back while maintaining the height of the heel, because it is the lowering of the heel that causes the whole side of the heel to curve in like that. And it's working like a charm. So, and you don't cut a lot. It's like you're making a crack, but I could see where I could do a little more right there. Okay, so let's go back to my other pictures here. Just a minute here.
Creating that crack. Why is that working?
Why is it working?
Yeah.
It's working because it's destabilizing the heel enough that the foot has the strength to pull it back, while at the same time maintaining and retaining the height, because you need the height for the heels to straighten out. Then whatever the natural hairline height of the cartilage is supposed to be, you have to have that, because otherwise your heels will just keep wanting to curl in. Because that cartilage and fat and that foot is a specific way, and a specific way only. And so, just like I explained, like the nose on your face, my nose is composed of the same things as the foot. It's got adipose tissue, which is the digital cushion. It's got cartilage, it's got bone, and it's covered with skin. And so my nose anatomically is made to be a specific, not only a specific shape, but is meant to be placed in a specific position on my face in order to work with the rest of the anatomy of my face and to work properly so I can breathe correctly and everything. And so if I take my finger and I push my nose over to the side of my face, where does it want to do? It's pushing back. It wants to go back to where it was designed to be to begin with. So the foot, you can lower the heels, but that hairline and that cartilage and those heels and everything in the back of that foot is meant to be at a specific height in a specific position. And so when I lower the heels and I pull that hairline down, it's bending the cartilage down. It's compressing the digital cushion. It's altering the shape of the skin. It's pushing on the frog corium. It's a whole chain reaction of things that's going on behind that foot, forcing it into a position it was never designed to be in. And so it wants to stand up no matter what. Just like my nose. Now, if I just push it over even a little, it wants to go back. If I push it over a lot, it wants to go back even more. But of course, my nose does not have the strength against my finger to force its way back over there, you know? And so, but that's not the case with the foot in the capsule. That foot is going to stand up, especially if there's any moisture. If you're out in the desert, yeah, you could probably get your 30-degree hairline to hold with bound periopal and everything like that. But usually any place that's got any moisture, you cannot get that 30-degree hairline. And so what happens is, because of the moisture and different things like that, that foot, it's going to stand up anyway. It's going to pull up. This is why these horses do so much better when you put wedge pads on them, because their foot was meant to be elevated back there at a certain degree for everything in that leg to be able to work. So when you trim the heel down, that foot's going to stand up anyway. And so it wants that height. And when it does, it's going to curl those heels that you've lessened around behind it to where it's going to take part of the side wall, and that becomes like the heel. And you don't even know it happened. You still think, oh, that's the heel buttress. But no, that was sidewall that was in front of the heel buttress that got pulled in behind the foot and became a false heel to support the back of that foot up where it wants to be. The only problem is that now you've got these bound cartilages and you've got this distortion of this frog and you've got all this other stuff going on. So even though it's helped the horse, because it's meant to be like that for the horse to survive and with as least injury as possible, you're still going to have internal foot distortion, external distortion. You're going to have inflammation all the time, because you can't deform a body part like that without there being inflammation on a constant basis. So we want these heels to grow back in. We want them to come uncurled. We want to expand the back of the foot back to where it's supposed to be and at the height and position that it is supposed to be in. And so how do we do that? Well, we could use boots with wedge pads. That'll work good. So you could use boots with wedge pads, or you could use wedge pads, or you could, do whatever to get some elevation to the back of that foot so it'll quit pulling those heels in as much. And then you can gradually grow your heels out and uncurl those bulbs and things like that. And so in this deal, I found out by accident that this worked. My horse tore his cartilage half off above the hairline. And what I didn't know was he also almost completely cracked that heel off. I didn't even realize that till way later. But in what he did, I thought it was the cartilage, that tearing the cartilage loose, that allowed his heel to totally move back. Or, well, not totally, but a lot. But it wasn't. It was how he cracked it off. He didn't crack it off. He cracked it, but yet it stayed there, and his new heel grew in. And so I thought, well, maybe I could simulate that. Because, see, just trying to learn, how do these horses fix their own feet? Even studying this self-trimming that these wild horses do, how they make this notch and how it helps them straighten their heels up and stuff like that. So since he did this injury and it really helped that heel straighten up, I thought, well, I will simulate that. So then it becomes a matter of understanding, why did this work?
Linda,
See? Yeah.
I just sent you two pictures before, one from like I think June or July, and one recently of Dolly's heel that did the same thing, and the way her foot became symmetrical left to right. It's amazing. I had never realized it until today, looking at what happened to Valor.
Okay.
I just sent those on Messenger.
Okay. Open that up here.
She had that big crack that started basically, and the heel went right around and broke off. That's recent.
Okay.
That's what it looks like now.
Well, you can see how it's kind of pulled in there. That's interesting.
Right.
Okay, so here it is. Oh, I see the crack.
Mm-hmm. And
Wow.
look what it did to the sole. Compare the size of the sole. Don't look at the wall necessarily, but look at the shape of the
No,
sole.
yeah. Yeah, I see that.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Yeah, see, I was amazed too. Yet the heel stayed on.
It stayed on, but I had glue on shoes too, and the tab came up and covered over that crack for about a month
Mm-hmm.
and allowed it to grow down. But then it did start chipping off, and I trimmed it, and it eventually just grew right down to the bottom.
Yeah.
But look
Yeah,
what it
and
did to the sole. I'm just amazed.
yeah, that is amazing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
See? So so what you're doing is you're maintaining the height while at the same time it loosens all this back here to be able to pull. The reason that did that is because this heel pulled back. Let's look. Look at that. See there? Now the heel is growing in right here. It used to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Like if
Amazing,
we
isn't
could,
it?
I wonder if we could go back now. I'm sure this curled a bit in. Okay. But if we could go back, we could see that the heel was here. Okay. And then when it cracked, it allowed the foot to pull it back. And then it started growing the heel from here. And that's what happened to Valor too. See? So that's pretty cool. Let's see. So anyway, so it becomes like a prosthetic heel extension so that the horse can maintain his hairline height and where his foot wants to be, while at the same time allowing weakening that area enough for the foot to be able to pull its coriums and its shape back a little bit more and grow a heel from a different spot. Well, that's about all I got on how that's working. And I've done it now twice. Well, wait, I've done it once on the other foot and the whole thing grew out and the whole heel came back. Because this is what happened. Okay, so his lateral heel has always been on all 4 feet. They were bad because of the way I barefoot trimmed for so many years. Well, when I first barefoot trimmed and I was doing trimming from the top where they dressed down the hoof wall, oh my gosh. Well, take the heels down and then dress down the walls and it weakens the walls. So that just makes it easier for the heels to push forward and make the walls bulge out. And because we tend to trim the lateral sides lower usually and weaken and trim out the buttress first, well, then if you're trimming down the outside wall, dressing it down, well, then it just makes it worse. So I had these horrible asymmetrical feet on all 4 feet that were really bad. And so even though that foot has straightened up a lot, here, I'm going to go back to there. Just a minute here. Okay, even though this foot had straightened up a lot, it was still wide on this side. And then when he injured himself and cracked the heck out of his heel, see, this is not the crack. This is just another simulated crack that I've done. Okay, this was the simulated crack, but I made it clear down here, and look how it grew out. Just fine. Eventually here, it'll be trimmed completely out. So, where was I? All right, so, oh, just a minute. I'm having a problem. The problem is I'm brain dead. So my brain just decided to stop right there. That's it. You need water. Okay, anyway. So it becomes kind of a lift, like a prosthetic heel to help keep your heels up. Yet it kind of weakens this so that it can also, the foot is strong enough to kind of pull it back. And so what happened was, now I remember what I was going to say. So this heel cracked, and this whole bulb came back, and it was further back than this one. And this one had always been the better bulb. Okay. And so then I thought, well, I'll just cut this into this foot and make a similar deal in this foot like he did naturally that led to him pulling that whole bulb back. So I did it down to here, and now this bulb is better than this bulb. So I thought, and I'm looking at the side of the foot, and I'm thinking, well, I want that to unwrap some more. I want those heels to widen up. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to cut it again, make a simulated crack, which I did this, well, the 5th. I did this one the 5th, I think. Can't remember now. I did it the 5th, but I did it down here pretty low, so it's also grown out quite a bit. But anyway, so now I'm going to see if that's going to help, because what it has helped also do is widen the heels. Widen the heels. And so they need to go wide and they need to unroll. So anyway, let me go back to the pictures here. Share. Just a minute. I gotta go find where I was. Okay. Let's see. New share. Okay. Keep going here. Okay. So anyway, did I say this was today? Yeah. Now, another thing, you know how people are always taking these pictures from the side? Okay. And if you look at them, you'll see this part right here where the bulb skin is. You'll see that it always looks like it's pulled down under like this. This is now starting to be some of the first time that the whole back of the foot does not look pulled under as much. And you can see his heels are growing very good there. I'm wondering if I should I'm going to wait on that and see if I might ought to take it down a little bit. But for now, it's doing very good. So this is foot from the side. Again, these horn tubules, the hairline is the height that he wants his hairline to be at. He will have full sole in his heels, and his cartilage, you see that his heels are curled in. When his heels uncurl, his cartilages will be really massive. He will have more, and this is what I'm thinking. Just a minute. Let me open this. you know, just trying to figure out what is the true foot of the horse? What is this real foot? Okay, so what I am thinking is what we have been seeing is this. Let me get the annotate. Just do blue. Okay, what we've been seeing is this. We see feet where you don't see any extension of this cartilage back here. What you see is this. Okay, but then you see extension here in front. That's not a very good picture, but you see less here and more here, more in the front. Now, it could be a similar size, but you have less behind the pastern and more in front of the pastern. Let me do this. But what I'm seeing is, when all is said and done, just a minute here, you're going to have more behind the pastern. Darn ya. Darn ya. Darn ya. Okay. I'm expecting his foot to come back at least that much. And I'm expecting this to be more like this. So that you really will have more behind than in front, if that makes sense. Like here would be the center of the foot. So the greatest part of the foot will be back here, not up here, like what we've been seeing. And so imagine what it does when the horse's foot is supposed to have this much foot back here supporting the whole back of his leg, okay? But you've taken off that much, at least. So anyway, we'll see as his foot continues to change and expand, if this is right. One thing I do know is that frog will come out between the bulbs and support the back of the foot, like the picture I showed you. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Now, I have been purposely kind of leaving his toe too, and definitely his heels. I've just been leaving a lot of heel. Now, I trimmed in today, so I took off some today. So, here, just a minute here. Oops.
Boy, that's a big foot.
Yeah, his foot is getting big. Oh, wait a minute. I lost something. Hold on. Okay, just a second. I gotta back up. Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, do-do. Just a minute. I've lost everybody. Hold on. Okay. Share. Oh, his foot's getting bigger and bigger all the time. But fitting. It's not like an overgrown big foot. You know what I mean? It's a fitting enlarged foot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, and again, this is my simulated crack. What amazes me, see, his heels are standing up pretty darn good, you know, and like I said, a lot of these wild horses, you'll see them, they'll have a hairline that is almost straight across. Now you see my notch I made with my grinder?
Yeah.
Okay, so you see that red there? That's where I cut myself. See? That's me. That's me. Okay, so let me turn this around here. And of course, it's raining here. So I want you to remember too, my circumstances may be different than yours. I've got a sod pasture. It had been raining here for over a month. It's very soft. But irregardless, he's not at all sore when I do these trims. Like not at all. Of course, I haven't got him out and run him in the gravel, which wouldn't do anyway. Used to get beat when I was a kid for doing that. Just a minute here. Okay, let's turn this around so you can see where my notches are. Now, I purposely shortened up the toe here today. So, you know, people look at this and go, well, that looks like hell. Well, you know, it's what it's growing into. It's where I'm going. Let's see. New share. Okay. So now I want you to see something about frogs, about how they're opaque or translucent. You see what you're seeing there? That pink, you're seeing pink frog corium. Not because I'm down to the frog corium, but because the very innermost layer of frog, real frog, is translucent. You can see through it. So, anyway, he's got more and more. See, and something else I found out when I started cleaning up all this sole and bar was that he had sole under there that the bar had grown over. You see, you'll get a thin layer of inner bar wall that'll grow over your whole sole in here. So pretty soon this heel will come off right here, this extension and stuff. But here, now see, if I was to take you back, you will see that this heel has already come uncurled a lot because this heel buttress right here was clear over here into the frog, actually pushing the frog in, but then the frog had grown around and over it, so you wouldn't even know it. You wouldn't know that your heel buttress was clear over here. I'm pretty sure I got a picture of that somewhere. Just a minute here. Let me go look for it. Oh, I'll show you this picture and the crack. Okay, this is what his foot was like when, well, gosh, I mean I can't believe how much this thing has changed. Looking at this now, this is when he tore, and he was in the process of healing here. This minute, share. Okay, so you see how small his foot was. Okay, see this crack? I did not know that was there for quite a while. And so that crack allowed the whole back of his foot to expand back this way. And so now just doing very minimal simulated cracks has also worked. Just a second here. So And this was even before that. See, it cracked under there, but you couldn't see it. You didn't see it until it grew out. But man, it healed up excellently. You know, when you look at that compared to, let's see here, that compared to that, see that?
Look at that.
That's amazing.
Yes, it is.
And so anyway, so yeah, so I did a simulated crack. So if that one didn't hurt him that much, I'd seriously doubt if this is. In fact, it's helping. And just, I mean, you can see the extension to the back of the foot. We go back there again, look at this part, but look at the stripes. He never had any of this before. Um, and that's always a sign of hoof expansion. Let's see. We'll go back to this other foot here. Just a minute here. See there? How that looks behind there? It expanded, and that's where that white comes from. So there we are again. See there? Oops. It's a baby. Let's see. Hold on. Well, let's see where I was going. Let me go back here. Okay, well, anyway, so that's where I'm at right now in learning what I'm learning, what I'm seeing, how the back of the foot is expanding. Today I even rasped a little more over this way, you know, because I've been, okay, I remember what I was looking for. Okay, I was going to show you where that heel buttress was pushing into the side of his frog and how it's not now. So, you know, I don't want to do anything to my horse that's going to make me go backwards. You understand that? So I don't do any of this stuff haphazardly or without intensive concern and thought. I've come too far to reverse the direction, you know, by doing the wrong thing. And so when I do something like this, I am often unsure, but yet there's a part of me, I'm just seeing the evidence, seeing the evidence, seeing the evidence. And so then I will take a step in that direction. Let's see here. Just a second here. I forgot what I was looking for before. Okay, now I can't see you. See, unfortunately, I can't get into my other file thing because it keeps kicking me out, blanking out the screen. Oh, here. Okay, here we go. Okay, share. Okay, so here was his foot in 2019. And I thought I had a good foot. Look at that. Got a nice sole, everything. Frog don't look bad. I mean, that's not bad, right? In reality, this foot was way too small. And his heel buttresses, in reality, are, look, this is from 715. This is from, I don't know, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, I think my date is wrong on that. But I want you to see where the heel buttress is. See how it's pushed up against the frog? When the frog is grown up like this and everything, you don't know that that's even happening. And so what happened was, as all this was expanding, and this is getting hollow in here because it's opening up sole that has not grown, that's been covered up by different things. And so as this is opening up, I started, I'm going, well, the heels were super curled in. What should I do? So I just decided to rasp them over. Now, this is not a ramp. This is just taking the curl over. And when I did this one, you could see that the heel buttress is pushed up. See how it's deforming the frog here? Okay, so then this here, when I did that, I pulled that down. Now here's where it's grown out. And this was, okay, I think this was more like 8, 15. Maybe not. I can't remember. Anyway, this is 9, 6. And you can see how much better, it's still over here, but not as far as it was here. And so then now you can see where it's still just pushing in. It was really pushing in the frog there. So you can have contracted heels and not even know it. And so, I mean, they're all contracted and curled in some for all of us. Okay, but here you can see where it's moved out away more. And then if we go over to, well, now I got to see if I can find this. Just a second here. Did I lose my page? Just a second. Okay, here we go. Share. Okay. Okay, so this is now, and remember, this is just a fresh trim. But see, that is already moving away from there. And of course, this heel has to come out here. So I went ahead and pushed that. I rasped that over a little more today. And what you'll see too is here, it'll get wider here. These bulbs are going to spread out like so. So, but you can see that right here, it's not pushing the frog in anymore. Okay. Anyway, so that's where I'm at now. Okay, so now here, I'm just going to take you here real quick to show you where it came from. In 2014, my last barefoot trim I did. Okay, so that's the same foot right there. That's the last barefoot trim. He was never, ever sound on those feet. And when you say sound, that means he ought to be able to walk across a gravel road, right? Without going, ow, ow. That would be sound. Sound on grass, sound on sod is not what they promised us. right? Wasn't there an unspoken promise that all you have to take these heels down, take this toe back, do this Mustang roll, and voila, you're going to have a gravel cruncher. You're going to have a wild horse quality foot. Okay, sorry, but if that were the case, there wouldn't be so many boot companies. Keep more shoe companies, more boot companies, you know, constant. Look at all the Facebook groups, all the barefoot groups on Facebook with people with horrendous feet, you know. So, well, that's because this is what they grow into. See? So to go from there, okay, and I thought there was places along the way. I thought, well, I'm there, but it still was not the true foot of the horse. See, learning about this cartilage, learning about that frog. You could have almost good cartilage, but if your frog is still bound way up under the foot and your heels are in reality still curled in, these horses have humongous feet. You go see, I've collected lots and lots of, if you go to all these wild horse groups and start collecting pictures of the feet, you'll start seeing they have big feet. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to end that there for me. And let's see here. Yeah, they have good big feet.
Linda,
Yeah.
on this photo is the fetus hoofs. I would like to have a glimpse on this fetus
Oh,
hoofs again.
okay. You mean you want me to
Okay.
send you some?
No. Just to go there for a moment.
Okay. Okay, let's see here. Um,
You have a photo with these horses and the fetus hoofs.
let's
The
see.
the pink,
Okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, okay.
yes,
Let's see
the
here.
pink one.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay. See, it really pays to keep revisiting, keep looking, keep looking, keep looking, keep looking.
Here,
Because,
yes.
you know, um, because so many wrong ideas are put in our head that sometimes you got the wrong idea and the right idea. You got the wrong idea lodged in your head with the right idea staring you in the face, and you can't see it. Just like
Because
this. Oh, go ahead.
in this photo, I would like to see in the fetus the heel buttress.
Yeah, I don't know if I can. That's about as clear as we can get on that.
Yes, of course, I know, but
Oh, well, I think the heel buttress is right
yes,
here.
there.
Yeah. Yeah. So here's the heel buttress
Yes,
right here. So here's the
yeah,
frog back
yeah.
here behind the heel buttress. Ha!
See how large and how apart the heel buttress is,
Yeah.
not curled in.
Yeah, it's not curled in at all. Here, I'm going to mark it.
On the other photo, on the right photo, it looks better.
Let's see. I see it going here.
Yes, exactly there. If you turn upside down the photo on the right side, it is,
You can see it better.
yes.
Okay. Just a minute here. Let's see. Oh,
On the
yeah.
same photo.
Okay.
There.
Yeah, you can
Exactly
see
there.
it better.
Yes.
I see it
There.
right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Look how beautiful it is.
It is. Let's see here. I'm gonna draw it. Okay, so it comes around like this.
Yes. Goes down. There.
Yeah, and so then the frog corium, well, it's kind of hard to tell, but I know it goes over into here
There.
somehow.
Now there it ends there because it's small.
Yeah,
It's not yet
not yet
complete.
complete.
No.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And then just this this. It's funny how it's a little tip there.
Yes. The triangle thing.
Huh.
You see how deep these parts are.
Yeah. Yeah, really. This is just the coolest picture, I'll tell you.
Yeah. I don't see the bars though.
Let's see. Well, yeah, because the bars would just be part of the corium. I don't see the bark. It's not clear enough. I wish they would have washed this little foot and took a bunch more pictures of it. You know, that would have been pretty awesome. You know, just getting, like you don't see
Maybe
them.
bars are not so important.
Maybe not. Maybe not, and stuff. Well, here you
Yeah,
can
I
see them.
know.
Here you can just barely see. What they do is the bar, first of all, the bar is part of the buttress, and it connects in here, and your coffin bone is right here. So it connects into the back of the coffin bone, kinda. And so then here's your heel buttress up here. And so it's going to help just the way it is, it's going to help maintain the shape of your heel and keep your heel buttress here from pushing forward. It's connected to something solid here. See, that's the only solid part of the foot, it's the bone. So that bar is connected right here to the bone or wedged up against it so that your heel does not run forward. And also it helps maintain the shape and form of this heel, which is all cartilage. See? So that's a big part of the whole heel apparatus of the capsule is maintaining the specific shape, form, height, placement of the whole back of the foot. Without it, the foot is all over the place. Because the only thing that stabilizes this part of the foot is the capsule. All right. Well, anyway. Okay, so I'm going to end that there. And I'm going to get back on here. Just a minute here. Maybe. Let's see. Hey, I'm trying to get out of share here. Trying to get out of share and get into Oh, here it is. Go down here. I was looking for. Okay. Okay. Well, Kathy, let's look at your horses, and then Marilyn will do Dolly. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay,
Okay. Oops. Wait a minute. I'm kind of lost here. Oh, better watch it. I'm trying to cancel the meeting. Okay, so Kathy, you sent me some pictures, so I'm going to
yes,
go to them.
yes. These are of my horse, Gordon, as
Okay.
opposed to to my pony Chance.
Okay.
So he's 22-year-old Pearly. He's almost 15.3 as opposed to the 14 hand pony.
Okay.
He's been in shoes, had him auto shoes occasionally to let his feet expand because he has a tendency to get contracted wearing shoes.
Uh-huh.
There's a set of x-rays there as well that I
Okay.
had done recently. This time I pulled shoes, just pulled the back shoes. Let's see, is that the first set of pictures? No.
No, it's
Go to the next so you can see him from when I first pulled his shoes. Yeah, that set of pictures.
yeah, for some reason it's being weird on me. I don't know if you notice it there, but it's
Yeah, it's
oh,
doing something weird.
huh. Okay.
No,
Okay.
that's so nope, that's still not the right set of pictures.
Hmm.
I still didn't open up that first set.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there because
I can
it's
see it. I can see it flashing kind of on top of
yeah.
it.
Let me
They stack all the pictures and you have to open them one by one, and then you can flip from one to the other in the same message, but you can't see them all at the same time anymore. It's just crazy.
I hate it.
So do I.
Okay.
All right, so
It was
there you
still loading.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot more pictures in that first one.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, that's still not it.
Okay, here.
No, so those are the not Chance's feet at the very top, but down here, come down.
This
Try
one?
that one. Yeah,
This one?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So
Now
this was the day I pulled his shoes.
Okay.
His front shoe. I pulled his back shoes first because he's always very tender-footed when I pull front shoes.
Uh-huh.
So and I didn't think to take pictures. I put hoof armor on his foot and had already put the talc on it before I thought, oh, I really should take pictures because this is the day I pulled his shoes.
Okay.
So and I just took a picture from the bottom. I didn't take anything else of it, but you can see how contracted he is.
Oh yeah. And
Um,
remember how I was saying what happens to these bulbs, how they can come in like this?
yep,
That's what
yep,
you got going here.
yep. They already look better, but I figured you might want to see where we started.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. So if this here is supposed to be clear over here like that, and like, well, at least like that and like that. See?
He's never been this bad though. And again, the story with my farrier is he wasn't able to shoe and his sons had done horses along the way, and then he really got into shoeing after his dad had a heart attack, and he's like full-blown business now, but he's never been this bad. But
Oh, you
so
you aren't the one that threatened their farrier.
no.
You ever trim my horse's heels off like that again? I'm not gonna say it, but
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was.
I've made general references to changes, and because I took Chance away from them first and started with him, but
Okay.
I tried.
Well, yeah. Okay, so
So the next pictures would be before I trimmed him. All right, well, after the first trim, I think. Now I'm having a hard
let's
time.
see.
So we go to the next picture after that one, which is where?
God, and I'm even okay. That one there.
No, that's still not it.
Now look how once you see it, you can't unsee it. Now, do you see how the coronary band and bulbs are pulled in? See how they curve in
But
like
he's not
that?
quite as contracted in this picture since that's the one in October.
Yeah, he's not. And stuff. So like the thing on these would be to start, did you trim the bars down?
I'm trying to figure it. So I'm having a hard time now with since they're kind of out of the order I sent you. Let me see if I can find them on my phone so I can. Those were from October because I've not trimmed him much. First time I trimmed him, I just took some length off and then got more serious after that. And he's overdue for me to trim him.
Uh-huh.
Um, let's see. October. Maybe that is a set of pictures after my first. I sent you a whole set that were before I trimmed him. But and then of course on my phone I have all these pictures of Chance, so I'm trying to figure between.
Oh yeah. Man, it
But
gets
anyway,
me.
so there's you are in September. So
Okay.
that was the front feet in September.
Okay.
So he was still a little more contracted and then was better by the time we got to October.
Yeah.
So we're at least going on the right track
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, you are and stuff. Well, one thing I see is that are you actually being able to get your bars over to the
So
mapping lines?
so yeah, so like I said, I think the first time I really trimmed him, I just basically took some length off of his toe.
Okay.
And just did a
And
little
that's
bit. And then the next trim I did, I got a little more serious, and probably did a better job. And I didn't send you a lot of stuff of his hind feet because they're in better shape, but
okay.
I got really serious after the hoof chats that we've had about the bars and stuff on his hind feet.
Mm-hmm.
Just have now he's due for me to do his front feet, and I'll get a little more serious and really trim a lot more of that out.
Okay. What about have you thought about learning to
And
use
this
Proxon?
foot is very flat. And it's the one that flares and goes flat, basically. But when you look at it and you see the bump, you see his bump at the coronary band.
Yeah. Yeah,
So when you
everything
look
pulled
at
down.
his X-rays, he's about 8 degrees rotation.
Okay.
Now this horse has not been sore until I pulled his shoes.
Uh-huh. Well, yeah,
And
that kind of held everything together.
I did x-rays shortly after I pulled his shoes. And that's when and my vet was like, well, there's some rotation. Is that what you were expecting? And I said, no, I was really expecting just to see thin soles, but
Mm-hmm.
surprised, but not surprised. Yeah, so there's his x-rays.
Okay. So, it's the same deal that the anatomy's pulled down and shoved in here, pushing this
Yeah.
forward, while the wall is being pushed this way, but the toe is being pushed down. Let's see. What in the heck? Hmm. Yeah, so his toes just being forced down.
Yeah.
That's all. So relief from that will come from the back of the foot.
Yeah. But it's obviously been there for just a little while because he's got
Oh
just the
yeah.
least little bit of curl on the
Yeah.
tip of the coffin
Yeah.
bone.
Yeah, his coffin bones are nice and intact, really.
But again, this horse has not been lame, wasn't sore till I pulled his shoes off.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Now, and
the
he's been,
shoes stabilize everything.
yeah.
You
So
know.
he's all like, we have a lot of gravel around the barn, so he's had to wear boots to walk in and out.
Mm-hmm.
And just the other day it was raining, and I'm like, I don't really want to stand out here and put your boots back on you, so I'm just going to let you walk into the barn without your boots on. The
Yeah.
horse walked in sound on the gravel.
Huh. Good.
And then the next day I brought them in and he was obviously very hungry. He trotted across the gravel.
Well, good.
Sound.
Good. He's feeling good.
So
You
I was amazed though that no longer than it's been, that he's that
Yeah.
sound on the rocks.
Yeah, that he's feeling good again. That's great. So,
Yeah,
you
if you go back to the front view, yeah. So that crack is developed
mhm. That is,
more.
yeah, that's just from
And
your pillars being long and they pull
yeah,
it
yeah.
like that.
And you see the diagonal lines across the front of his foot?
These?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's had those for some time coming and going.
Uh-huh.
Like, so what is that?
You
Both
know,
front feet.
yeah. Um, just the fact that the whole back of the foot is deformed and distorted. This could be a periopal line. This is a piece of periopal more likely
Ah,
right
okay.
here. Yeah, because see, look at the periopal up here. At
Yeah.
some point, he's had an injury to it. See there? How that piece goes like that,
Yeah.
and this piece. So that is just a piece of periopal growing like that for some reason.
Reason.
And you can see too that but okay, let's look at the side of the foot again. Okay. So you see this piece of wall here,
Yeah.
okay, so that's supposed to be about right here.
Yeah.
So the one thing that really needs to be done with him is the release and straightening up and correction of the back of the foot
Yeah.
and of the bars and the frog.
Yeah.
Like if you look here, okay, you can see he's got a big old chunk of dead. He's most
Yeah.
likely got a periopal frog.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's always wanting to peel and,
Yeah.
shed and so I've been working on same thing, cleaning up with a knife and then using the grinder and the Proxon to like shape it up and
Okay.
thin all that stuff out. Yeah. And I really am starting to get into the sulcus there and trying to get that cleaned out, even though it's as narrow as it is.
Okay.
He's always had deep, that's always been deep and thrushy and
Yeah.
everything.
And what I see here is his bulbs are his heels are contracted and his bulbs are curled in. And so there's just no frog growing in there
Yeah.
and stuff. That's just the space between the bulbs that the frog stay should grow in. But because the bulbs are squeezed together and pulled in, there's just no room for any frog
Yeah.
to grow in there and stuff. And so you need to learn to super clean up. Well,
Yeah.
okay, you
Yeah,
clean
this
up
is
the sole, but you also have to press like to where you could take the Proxon. Okay, first of all, trim your bars over.
mhm,
Okay. And this bar actually would go back to here, right there.
okay.
Because see, yeah, probably over to here. But anyway, to get so that you can sand, just like if you were doing a light sanding over the whole shebang
Mhm.
to
Yeah,
bring,
this one's from September, so the one in October I had done more
oh,
on his
okay,
foot, and this is the one that
okay,
was in
aha,
September.
that
This
looks
is
better.
August.
Well, gee, that looks
This is
good.
his back foot. This is his back foot. So he's been out of shoes at least 3 cycles longer on this back foot than he was
Okay,
on the front foot.
okay.
So
This is a front foot.
yes,
Okay, so yeah, so I can see
that was
where,
the beginning. Yeah, that was before I trimmed him the first time.
okay, so where is the most current?
So it would be October. Yeah, there
Okay,
you go, October 18th.
okay, okay. What I see is you really need to stay on top of these bars.
Yeah,
Okay, um, and they have to be lower than the sole
yeah,
because they are not there for support. And on the foot itself. Let's take a look. Oh man, I have one of those face flies bugging me. On the foot itself, let me see here. Just a minute, because we're going to look at some anatomy here. See, what always helped me, because I was leery of doing certain things, but the more I would look at the inner foot, then that would give me the confidence to go ahead and trim stuff off that I'd been kept being told you shouldn't take that off, you know. Let's see here. Where am I at? Pictures. Pictures. Oh, well, we'll just look at this here. This might work. Annotate. Share. Okay, so I'm going to turn this over. Okay, and I want you to see how the sole is shaped. You see how it goes down like
Mhm.
that? And
Yep.
you see how the bar is lower than the sole, than the wall up here,
Yes.
okay? And how the bar goes down. And so you have this, just a minute here, let me annotate. Oops, wait a minute. Okay, so you have the shape of the sole, which comes around here. So you see how the sole is curved and goes down?
Yes.
Okay, and then the bar wall. See, because we pretty much mimic the shape and form of the internal foot. And so the bar wall, let me make that thicker just a minute. The bar wall is like here. See that?
Yes.
Okay, so, and then your outer wall is out here. Okay, so what's going on with your bar wall is it's clear up over here.
Yeah.
See?
So thinking it needs to go into the concavity of the foot.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And so the more you understand and see what the true foot, because see what they'll tell you is, oh no, this bar wall has to be up even almost with the wall because it's support. You know, well, no, it's not. It's support to maintain the shape of the
Shape of the
heel,
foot. Yeah.
you know.
Not to wear weight to maintain
Right.
support. Yeah.
Right. And as far as this heel buttress that grows back here, you know, well, then this bar, it ends up here in the back of the coffin bone. So then it's a stabilizing bar for the back of the heel,
Yeah.
you know. But also, I want you to think about this. Just a minute here. Okay. And that is, you see the shape of this sole. All right. You see the shape, how it's curved up and out like this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that means if you trim your bars correctly, mechanically and structurally, there's going to be a push out like this on the side of the wall and the heel. See that? And that's what you
Okay.
need, right? You need these heels to push out that way so they become decontracted.
Yes.
See what I mean?
So that's the bar actually helping to make that happen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and the shape of the sole
So,
makes
so
that
that's why
happen too.
you need the concavity to help make that happen.
Right. Yeah, and you need the bar to follow the shape. Well, you need the bar to just follow its true form. See all these little lines here?
Yes.
That's bar lamina.
Yeah.
So that shows that the bar only grows lower than the sole. It's only supposed to be lower than the sole. That the
Oh, that
sole
makes
is,
sense.
you
Yeah.
know, kind of higher than the bar. Because the shape of the hoof capsule, if we were to take this capsule, these capsule walls and lay them out, they're shaped like a stealth bomber. That's what they're shaped like. See? And so this part here is lower than the outer wall. Like this would be your bar
Yes.
right here. And so see how the length of this, let's say this is the outer wall. You see how long that is? If I was to bend this in, this would be your bar wall opposite that. See, the wall over here is longer right here. And of course, this would be like your buttress. And then if I curved it in, okay, then this part here is going to be right here. It's less. That's why you don't want it growing clear up even. Like so. It has
Yep.
to almost mirror image what the foot would be. Of
Yes.
course, there'd be some sole added to the thickness, you know, but still the shape of your sole is going to be like this. See? Like that. Okay. All right, so let's go back and look at that again. Okay. Just a second. I have one more picture to look at there. Oh, oh, there we go. Take one more look. I'll send you a picture of this.
That'll be great.
Okay, just a minute here. Oops, share. Okay. Okay, so this really shows you how the sole curls down, and you can really see the bar on there. Let me just do it, annotate, add a little bit to it here so you can see where the bar wall is. I'm gonna make the I guess I'll make it pink. I'm gonna show you where the bar lamina is. Okay, so you can see specific. I'm gonna just outline it here. And then you see the lamina lines going down like this.
Yep.
So that you can be sure that you're doing the right thing. And then you
Yeah.
will see the sole up here, the sole corium.
Yep.
is aiming down. See?
Yep.
Okay, so let me take a picture of this.
That's a good illustration. That's very helpful.
Oh, good. Okay. Because what I found out was that when I would think I was seeing something in the anatomy, it helped me have the courage, because it takes courage, okay?
Yes, I agree
Have
with
the
you.
courage, to attempt to do it.
Yes.
Copy. Let's see. Okay. Okay. I sent you that
Thank
so you can
you.
look at it.
Yep.
Let's see. I want to go back to let's see, to the soul view that we were looking at before. Okay. I'm gonna map this foot for you too.
That'd be great.
Let's see.
Now I realize I didn't flip that. Usually I flip them the other way.
And I appreciate it when people do that.
Yeah, I've got so behind on labeling them that I actually was doing it when Hoof Chat started. I sat down and started labeling all these so I could send them. So I forgot to flip that one evidently.
That's great. Well, I appreciate that. Let's see. Share. Okay. There we go. Okay, so do. Now, you're getting your apex pretty good. I will say that.
I'm getting better at that. I am.
Yes, you are. Let's see. Okay, I need to annotate. Okay, so it's not big enough. And we'll try this now. Okay, that's better. Okay, and then over here, we come up to our heel. And so even there, you're going to do better. And so by seeing that, you can see that you've got tremendously overgrown
Yeah.
bar here.
But at least I can see them on him. On chance you couldn't see them.
Oh yeah.
They were so smushed off to the side you couldn't even see them.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
boy, I know these are not going to be easy to trim either, because they look like they're hard as rocks.
Yeah.
You
We
know.
have had rain, luckily. We've had more rain, so and I can always soak them to make it be easier.
Okay. And another thing is, okay, so let's see here. Let me do this. Okay, so you see your walls here. Oh, wait a minute. All right, what I wanted to do. Okay, so you see your wall thickness here.
Yes. His foot's definitely not symmetrical, that's for sure.
What you have to do is practice making his walls symmetrical.
Yeah.
Not his foot, but just the wall itself.
Mm-hmm.
See, to where, see the width you got here? How you got this width here,
Yes.
but that there. So what you have to practice doing is making it the same width. See there?
Okay.
Um, I'm not gonna like have you, like we used to, and still sometimes do, where you gotta draw your line in the stand right here and then bevel the whole toe across the front. Um, don't necessarily have to do that like that anymore.
I will
Because
use, yeah, I usually will mark where I think, like, especially with toes, I will mark
mhm,
what I think I need to take off, and then I may get to that mark and I may not, just
yeah,
depend.
yeah,
But give me
see,
an idea of where I'm going. Yeah.
yeah. And so main thing is getting this semi symmetrical here, this and these walls the same, so
Okay.
that you don't have, because you see this here is what'll cause that crack in the toe. What will cause
Okay.
a crack in the toe, because see how that's like a lever out there
Okay.
pulling that direction. And so that will make a crack in the toe. And then but really cleaning up the center here, getting into that central sulcus, getting this frog cleaned up and getting those bars.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that when you take them off, he might not be sore, because he's
Yeah.
learned to, their feet do this, and then they stabilize there. And so what we're actually doing is destabilizing the
Stabilizing. Yeah.
distortion, you know. So
So
anyway,
here's you an interesting thing. So I went to that dissection,
mm-hmm,
um, and so we had a good number of several trimmers there.
uh-huh,
Um, and so they did disjoint a front leg and a back leg. So we had the pastern down through the foot. And so
uh-huh,
they spent a lot of time, staring at these feet and everything. And so I was listening to the conversation that they were having, and the big thing that got me was they said, yeah, we'll get the foot all balanced and have it trimmed right, and we come back 3 weeks later and it's all distorted again.
mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking to myself, that's because you're fixing the symptom of the problem and you're not fixing the problem.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
that was very interesting.
We're taught to treat that foot like it's just a block of wood. You just take the heels down and do your Mustang roll, you know, and voila. And it don't work like that, you know, because it's not a block of wood, and then it grows out into the distortion that you're making in your trim, because they've all, like me, I did the same thing. I showed you a picture earlier of my horse's foot, trying to trim it into that wild horse model, and what it turned into when I didn't trim him hardly at all for a year. It shows what it really is. So that's interesting.
Well, and it's the same thing with his feet, pulling him out of shoes. I mean, his back feet not as bad as his front feet, but I
Yeah.
mean, they they start to look terrible because they are going into their distortions, but that's so that you can see where those distortions are, and then
Yeah.
you have to go out fixing them, but it's not like it's not a quick fix because you're
Hmm.
trying to fix the true problem of the foot. So,
Mm.
um, I have to keep reminding myself of that.
Yeah. Well, that's really interesting. I'm really glad to hear that you heard them say that.
Yeah.
So repeat that to me again.
Okay, so as they looked at this horse's foot, they commented that they'll get a horse, and this horse had probably been done by a trimmer as well, um, that they would get the distortions out of the feet, that they would balance the foot, is I think more the words that they used. And when they come back 3 weeks later, it's back the way it was. It's not balanced anymore, and they have to rebalance it.
Rebalance. Yeah. That's interesting. Hmm. See, I've been seeing that, and I did it myself. So, yeah, I understand what's going on there.
Yeah.
Hmm. That's
And
great.
that's
That's
when I was
great.
like, because you're just fixing what you see, you're not fixing what's really wrong.
Yeah, because they don't know what it's supposed to look
What
like to begin
what
with.
what they're going by what they're taught.
Yeah, exactly. Just like I did for 9 years. You know, I tried to get that one dead wild horse foot on my horse, you know, um, and my poor pony.
But
Wow.
you know, my horse has not never been done by a barefoot trimmer. He's always been done by a farrier,
Yeah.
and he's been in shoes since he was 3 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, it wasn't so bad in the beginning, but as time goes on and they're in shoes for so long, and the farriers do the same thing, they take those flares off and they, you know, this, that, and the other, but they're still not fixing the real problem.
Yeah.
So with him, when I pulled his shoes off and left him alone for a little while and then just started barely trimming him, then all those distortions are just, you know, jumping out at you,
Yeah.
which I knew he had, but the farrier always kind of, like they said, balanced him and made him look good, but we still weren't fixing the problem.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all like it's a block of wood. I don't think they think that in their head, you know, but they do treat it like it's a block of wood, and you just rasp it into a shape that is more aesthetically pleasing, or to what you think is balanced or whatever. You know, the
Yep.
image that has been put in your head. See?
And
So,
he's actually half Mustang. His
oh,
his
okay.
dam was a off the range wild
Okay.
caught Mustang. Yeah, so
Okay.
he's half Mustang,
Well,
which is accounts for his bone. That's where he gets his bone and
mm-hmm.
his feet come from. Well, his grandsire was a big, heavy, curly horse,
Okay.
heavy bone too. His sire was a um, curly thoroughbred cross, and he was super refined.
Huh.
Got more of the thoroughbred than from his sire that was more heavy bone.
Mm-hmm.
And the mare was like just a little coarse looking, looked like a quarter horse. It was a Mustang, but she was, you know, more quarter horse built, but
Yeah.
really coarse, not attractive head or anything. And luckily
Mm-hmm.
he got the best of both worlds.
Oh, well,
He
good.
got enough refinement out of the stallion and you know the bone and everything from his grandsire and his mother, and so and he's so she was small. His sire wasn't super big. His grandsire was huge,
Mm-hmm.
and he's almost 15'3".
Okay.
So
Well, that's still a good sized horse,
yeah, well, I'm
you know.
5'1", so he's
Okay. Well,
really he's really bigger than I needed, but I got him at a year and a half,
okay.
and I did not expect him to get that big. So
uh, what's his name?
Gordon,
Borden?
his Gordon, his registered
Gordon.
name is Gordon. His registered name is Splash Gordon
Splash Gordon.
because
That's good.
that year she named all the foals after superheroes. So he's named
Okay.
after Flash Gordon.
Oh, man, that was
So
one of my favorite movies.
his
Flash
his
Gordon
sire's
back in the
name is
80s.
his sire's name is Splash. So therefore he's Splash Gordon.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Well, what
Where
is
he
he
came.
registered as?
He's curly sport horse.
Okay.
He's also registered as American Warm Blood.
Okay. You know,
So he's
there's a
double.
lot of curly Mustangs.
And yes, that's yeah. And this woman, the breeder bred curlies. That's what she bred a lot of curlies, but she crossed some thoroughbreds
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And he's actually smooth coated. He's not curly, which I appreciate because those have the curlier they are, the more they shed their manes and tails.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So yeah, so I really appreciate the fact that he's smooth coated and not
Yeah.
really
It keeps
curly.
his tail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, man.
yeah.
Well, okay. So now you have something to work on
I do.
and
I got my
to report back
yes.
and stuff. So if not by next Hoof chat, maybe by the one after the next,
Yeah, I've
you can share a picture of how you trimmed those bars down. Now I want to tell you that this is a thin bar wall, and you just take it down next to the sole.
okay.
You know, like you've got your sole depth there,
Yeah.
but you're just taking, you're just taking the width of the wall down
Yeah.
from off there. And okay.
He
That's
he
okay.
no, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh well. Oh, I've got to get
Look here.
Chance. I got to get Chance trim first,
Okay,
and
look
then
here.
try to get to him too.
You
So,
already got a bar that's broken right there. See how it's laid over and broken?
yep.
See, I had that on back feet. Only the frog had grown over it. Okay. This is when I learned that you can trim to the distortion and not realize it. And so the frog had grown over it, and of course that side was asymmetrical and wider, and so the bar was literally broken off underneath the frog, just like that. But I was trimming clear out here. See? And so I wound up taking the whole bar off. And so that made me really nervous. And it took 4 months, but finally one day it just pops back up and grew back in,
He does have a little more concavity to his foot than he did when he came out of his shoes. He was very flat. So,
Okay, well, good.
yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
It's a lot of help.
Well, you're welcome. And another thing I'm going to tell you too is if you leave lumps and clumps of bar where they shouldn't, it will damage the sulcorium. I mean, it'll
Yeah.
heal, but it'll
Yeah.
also damage it. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you
Have
so
fun.
much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for sharing.
No problem.
Okay, Marilyn, are you there?
Oh yeah.
It's only almost 5 o'clock.
I'm trying not to look.
We're trying to do another marathon here. Okay, so let's see. Okay. Uh-oh. I've lost everybody. Wait a minute. Let's see. Uh-oh. Is everybody there?
Yep.
Hello? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Dolly, to the Facebook page, I'm sure.
Go.
Okay, anatomically correct research. Let's see, share, and there, and oh, where's the search? MARI. Okay, here we are. Let's see what's going on here. Is this the one, November 7th, or we got another one?
That's the November 7th is newest on their fronts, and there's one more after that for the hinds.
Okay, November 19th. No,
That's not
that's
me.
Sophie. Why is she there? Okay. Well, okay, let's do the 7th. The 7th. That's the
Okay.
fronts. Okay.
I don't know if that's the trim.
Okay. Okay. So right away we know. Remember my foot that I showed on the experiment where the back was rounded and it pushing the anatomy in, and you got the lump here, and then you got what looks like a flared toe.
Uh-huh.
So that is telling me just that the back of the foot is bound. That and the wide bulb skin here as well. Now the horn tubules aren't looking bad here,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm just going to tell you, I think you should do a notch here.
I wondered about that, and I thought about doing it, and I didn't.
Okay. Well, it takes, like I said, with me, it didn't come easy either, just so you know. Okay. So these bars need to be trimmed further back over here.
Okay.
Okay. because you're kind of trimming to the distortion of the bar. Of the heel's gone kind of wide. See how that heel kind of angles out there? Now, if you could ever get your Proxon going to where you could get deeper up into this way, that would benefit this foot a lot. Okay? Because that, with the foot bent like this, and as good as her frogs are, she's going to have a very deep, distorted, displaced frog stay.
Okay.
That is going to bind her foot right here. So if you could get up, let's see. If you could get up into here, and I'll show you some more pictures of my horse's foot and send you some stuff. You just take that sanding disc and you just start standing here at kind of an angle out that way, and then turn it over and sand at an angle towards that way, and you just open this whole area up, and then just sand this side and that side and just send that thing down. See?
Would a Dremel help in that too?
Yeah, you could do that.
I've got a Dremel.
You
I'm a
know.
little more comfortable with a Dremel than the Proxon.
Okay, well, but you can use the Dremel, but you need to get the place where you can use that Proxon.
Yeah, I know.
And another thing too is this corner that's standing up here. Okay, I think if we were to look aiming down at the heels, you're going to see that this is higher. And it may be keeping stuff from moving back. Let's see. Well, maybe not. Well, kind of. Sometimes, actually, that don't look too bad.
Okay.
Right there.
I know that had been a problem before, so I'm usually pretty careful to get that down.
Okay. Well, and if you could bevel this, I would bevel this all the way back.
Okay.
Okay, because you see these horn tubules? How run forward they are. That'll help them a little bit. Not take off any height. Okay. Yeah, so because this foot is bound under like this and bent, you can guarantee that the frog stay, which is pulled down here, is inverted up into the foot, and it's going to bind a hole back your foot right where it's at. See how thick that looks in there? You know? Yeah, I think if you could get over your deal on your Proxon, that would benefit you so much. See how thick that is in there? That's solid. When you press on it, what do you feel?
Sometimes it feels kind of ragged and soft underneath there. I got a lot of ragged stuff out with the knife.
There.
But
at some point here, the foot expanded a little bit and more butter screw.
I know it's expanded because her boots got to be too small. Even right after a trim, her boots were too small.
Oh, wow.
I had to buy new boots.
See, that's great.
Great for the feet, not for the budget.
Yeah, no kidding. I want to show you. Let's just look at a picture here. Oh, come on, get down. Good, get down. Oh, wait a minute.
What am I doing?
Okay, just a minute here. Okay, so just see how I do that. Okay, that's what, see how smooth it makes everything?
Yeah, I've watched the trimming video where you use the Proxon, and I've watched that probably 3 times, and I keep telling myself, just do it. Just do it. And I haven't just done it.
Okay. And it just in thinning the whole darn thing out. See, it just helps so much. You know, and eventually we may get you to do this as well.
Well, I know the crack works because it did on her left.
Yeah, see? Now I'm seeing on here where I need to do that little piece there,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Wrapping around that corner is what makes the difference.
Yeah. Okay, so share. Okay. So, and were these the rears?
No, those are
Fronts.
fronts.
These are fronts. Okay. Okay. So,
I have Heinz up from the 18th. Probably the other direction. No, that's October.
7th. But that, I'm going to have to go back. I don't understand what's going on.
Hit my name again at the top of the thing.
Yeah.
You do another search.
See
Hit up,
what it's
go up,
doing?
go up to the top of that page right there. There you go. Now you'll have it, I think.
I'm on your page, I think.
Yeah, you are.
Hmm.
There you go. No.
This one? This one?
Yeah, keep scrolling down because I posted that this morning.
That's as far as it goes.
Hit see all. That is weird.
Hmm. What is this here? This is the 17th.
I think that was a message I sent for comparisons or something. Because that's back in 2019.
Wow. Huh. Well, let me just go to the regular page. Wow. Okay. See, this 23rd, we'll just go way down here.
There you go.
Ah,
Right there. There you
there
go.
it is. That's funny how that didn't show up.
Weird. It's technology and it hates me. Maybe you too.
Yeah. Now, one thing I see you could do, okay, is flatten this out a little bit more. Because when you look at the side and you see it curving down like that, you know you're
When
leaving it.
I did her feet,
Mm-hmm,
I looked I was taking pictures and I noticed that the lateral wall looked higher.
mm-hmm.
I had already taken pictures and looking just in my camera, I saw, and then I looked in hand and it looked higher. So I re-beveled it and it had been straight. And this is what I ended up with after I beveled it the second time.
Okay. Well, something must be dropping and moving then as you're
In
going.
5 minutes?
Yeah. Yeah, it can do that.
Because it looked, the first pictures I took was straight across the bottom. And then I beveled and this is what I ended up with.
Okay. Yeah, see?
Right.
Where are we at here? So
And I
if we
thought about
go,
re-beveling, but I just didn't want to get it too short.
oh yeah. Well, you can always do more later. So even if we we're just to go from there to there,
Mm-hmm.
see? Yeah, just this thing here, this little piece here. And you can
Right.
see it here as well, how it's,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So yeah, it can move back like that. You know, it wants to relax anyway. It's being pulled. See, it's being forced forward, but it's being pulled back by the foot itself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now see there? Look at that.
Yeah, and the
flower.
lateral looked like that the first time too.
Hmm.
And then I rebeveled it and blew it.
See, that's interesting, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Frustrating.
Yeah.
Because I thought I
So,
fixed it.
so you see how your bulbs are under your foot
Mm-hmm.
and they're supposed to be up here.
Yep.
So this little piece here will wind up being clear up here.
More Proxon, right?
When all is, yep. Yep, and more bar. More bar. This bar has to come down.
Yep.
See, because you're kind of trimming to the you're kind of mapping to the distortion. Let's see.
What I've been doing is mapping the bar to the line where I want my heel to end.
Okay. See if I come up there. Up in.
That's going to
if I
put
were
her
to-
heel down about 1.5 inches.
Well, you don't have to lower the heel.
Okay.
Okay. But you do have to lower the bar.
Okay.
Yeah, because this is too far over that way. All this needs to be cleaned up and all of that taken out. And then I'm just going to believe that at some point you're going to be able to use that Proxon and become a master.
Yeah, I know.
I don't blame you. Let's see. Because everything is about this thing here, this whole area. Okay, this whole area hold you all up. You've got to destabilize everything here so it can move. And once or twice they might get sore from that. That's why that's a thing too. I think if you're not all focused on the toe and constantly taking the toe to where it's supposed to be, that they don't get half as sore. You know, that destabilizing this part of the foot is not as bad. The first few times, you know, they're going to be tender, whatever. But then once this stuff kind of starts getting in place and stuff starts leaving, they just get better each time. You know, it's different too. When you're at home, you know, and you got your horse right there, then if you got to go and they're to stable and oh my God,
Yeah,
everybody's
I
got their
drive
nose
32
in
and a
your
half miles
business.
one way.
Yeah, so that's totally different, you know.
Yeah, and then like yesterday, we had a snowstorm and the roads were bad. I planned to go yesterday. Well, that didn't happen.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, see your little bulbs pulled in there? This is all periopal.
I know it's all periopal and it's
Yep.
starting to peel.
Yeah.
And I can stick my hoof pick in behind the periopal right at the top where the buttress would be or the frog stay would be. Down
Right
a little
here?
bit more. Nope, down
Right
behind it.
there?
Right behind there, I can stick a hoof pick down in there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because there truly is a space in there. Yeah. And I'll bet that she's going to be like my horse was. That she's going to have a cornified frog corium. Remember how it just had that flap and there was no real frog growing there? She
Yep.
had a periopal, or he had a periopal frog stay. Yep, I'll bet you. Yeah, everything I see is just the back of the foot, you know? And see, I should have posted some of the pictures of the back of my horse's his back feet, because they've got some similarities here. And how because see, I really started being consistent with the grinder and taking those frogs out that way, and just seeing how my horse's back feet are dramatically starting to change, because his bulbs are still pulled under some too.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the sole. And see, that's another thing, getting that prox on and cleaning up this sole, because the sole has to be able to move too,
Yep.
because the whole frog is pushed forward and it has pushed the sole corium forward as well. And so what'll happen is everything has to be able to move back into place.
Uh-huh.
And you can see how you see why they think they're building soft tissue. You see how she's bulging out the back,
Mm-hmm.
because her foot's been crammed into a smaller area, and so
Mm-hmm.
it's bulging up out the back, and so they see that, they think they're building soft tissue. Well, that's about all I got to say on that, Marilyn.
Okie dokie.
you know so hopefully um hopefully and I know her heels have to be curled in too.
Yeah, they're uncurling though. Looking
Yeah,
back at pictures,
yeah,
they've uncurled considerably from what they had been.
yeah, that's looking pretty good back there. And just the way they're aimed, see, that's
Uh-huh.
all conducive to pulling that apart too. So if you could get in that central sulcus, you know and thin down, that would be great. Okay, well, that's about all I got.
All
Anybody
righty.
else have anything they want to say?
I want to say thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Well, heck, we're learning a lot, aren't we?
Oh man.
We've come a long way, haven't we, Marilyn?
Oh yeah.
Oh man, I'm so glad you're still here.
Well,
I really appreciate you.
well, thank you. I mean, at this point, I have no choice. I mean, there is no farrier around here that's going to trim the way I want it trimmed. I mean, life was so easy before I knew anything.
I was just laughing about something. Yeah, I was just, to whom shall we go?
Exactly.
You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
See, the truth, you know,
Yep. Yep.
there's no place to go. I
That's
don't know
right.
where I'd go. So where do I go? I'm going to the foot. That's all. I'm
That's what
just
I'm
going to
doing.
the foot. That's it. The foot, these feet are gradually teaching us this.
Mm-hmm.
Just like my heel cracked and we saw what happened, your heel cracked,
And
and
that's
we saw
amazing.
the same thing.
Yep.
See? So they're gradually teaching us,
Yep.
you know. Yeah, it's the foot that's teaching us. That's why I kept trying to tell everybody, quit going around reading everybody's junk, stuff you've already been through and stuff like that. Quit reading what so and so says and just start looking at these feet.
I don't
You
read
know,
anybody else's stuff because I don't want to get confused.
yeah, well, and that's what it'll do to you too. And so I want to understand this thing I'm looking at here. I don't want to know what somebody thinks about it, that I already know is wrong, that I already know that their foundation is totally screwed up. and based
Mhm.
on error. So I know that their interpretation is going to be incorrect,
Yep.
you know? So study the foot itself, you know, I mean, I can tell you some stuff, but then I try and show you on the foot exactly what's going on, you know,
Yep.
and I can be wrong. I can be wrong. I've been wrong a lot of times,
And
you
the
know.
beauty, Linda, the beauty when you have found something that you had misinterpreted or didn't get straight the first time, you're not afraid to say it.
Yeah, not at all. Not now.
You
I
know,
found
the
out it's a good
other
thing.
people, you know, they don't admit that they've been wrong.
Mm-mm.
And you keep going down the wrong path.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not science,
No.
you know, and stuff. And here's the thing too, all of us together, we will start patterns, see patterns of evidence,
Yep.
you know, the truly scientific method, you know.
True
Anyway,
science is reproducible.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know, and I see that. Like I'll see something on one foot and then I'll find it on another one. You
Yep.
know, find the same thing. Or see it on other horses, things like that. Wow,
Yep.
it's almost dark.
Oh, it's
Well,
dark
actually,
here.
it's dark here too.
It's dark 30.
No,
Ha,
it's dark 15.
dark 15. Man, I'm gonna see if, let's see. Hmm. Well, I guess I'll let you go.
All righty. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Thank you
hey,
very much.
everybody have a
Thank
great
you.
week.
You
Happy
too.
Thanksgiving, everyone.
Hey,
Happy
yeah, happy
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving for sure.
Yep.
Okay, everybody, take care.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Uh-oh. Something ain't right. Well, let's just close everything out. Oh, there we go. Huh. We might not have recorded as long as we should have. Oh, live stream.